Well then, apparently it's just not here. Oh, that's odd. All right. Anyway, we got a new kitty cat in the shop, and we got Dreamsnap results. Lots of exciting things happening. Give me 1 second here to see if I can troubleshoot where my camera went. Okay. All right. All right. There it is. There it is. Okay. All right. Well, there we go. It's back. Alrighty. So, a lot of cool stuff. A lot of cool stuff to go over through today. We got some snap results. Some great snap results. I did manage to finish my Dreamsnap last night. I'm kind of obsessed with it. I really, really like my snap. Also, look at this freaking cat, bro. It's so cute. It's so cute. Let me just get nice and close to him. There we go. Jennifer, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, my friend. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. First bits of the day. I'm actually scrolling through chat. I don't know why it's scrolling on my camera here as well. That's fun. Also, Pure Ice, thank you for the resub earlier. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 months, my friend. Welcome back in. Welcome back in. And yeah, we are live on YouTube. I did hit go live, correct? Yes, we're good. We're good. Frozen Flamingo, hello. Rogue, hello. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. So listen, I have no idea how my Switch 2 submission got 4K. I 100% did not put 4K effort in that one. Well, Scylla, when it comes down to it, you know, it's all about your 1v1 matchups, my friend. So it just depends. You know, it just depends on what kind of photos you pair up against. If you have a really low effort Dreamsnap and it gets 4K, you know, you probably had the unfortunate luck of popping up against, like, you know, just random selfies or people that weren't really doing the theme. That'll happen. That'll happen. You know, can be a real blessing. But on the flip side, the same thing can happen for really good snaps. You could pop up against some of the best snaps out there, and then you end up missing out on 4K. So, you know, it works both ways. The blade cuts both ways. It feels good when it works in your favor. Does not feel good when it doesn't. Thank you, Aim for Space. Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. Big shout out to Jennifer and Aim here. Thank you, guys. My daughter procrastinated, and she threw a crafting table in a room, a couple of things on a wall, got 900. Oh, well, there you go. I mean, as long as you do something, right? Like, as long as you do something, and if you just, like, you know, use the crafting painting table and you put a couple things in a room, yeah, I mean, you could even get 4K with that. Like, that can happen. Like, that could totally happen. It just depends on what you pop up against. Look at this little guy. Look at that. New kitty cat. New kitty cat. Very exciting. Did you see at least 2 of the top 3 from this community? I did. The rank 1 and the rank 3 are both snaps that I reviewed. Which is crazy. So they're both snaps that we reviewed here on the stream. Not only that, but also another thing I noticed is, you know, on Refresh Day last week, we were talking about really good ideas for storytelling with this challenge. And one of the ideas I had that I thought would be very, very good was having that goofy-looking motif of Mirabelle and, you know, having somebody like Flynn paint it, and then Mirabelle is, like, upset, doesn't like the painting. We had that funny concept, and we were just talking how there were great storytelling opportunities for this week. I didn't have time to do that personally because I didn't make my snap until like Tuesday night. I spent more time on y'all's snaps than I did on my own. Still got a great rank though. And what I saw is like pretty much everybody that like put that idea into action got a really good rank out of it, which is cool to see. But yeah, the fact that, you know, we have a rank 1 and a rank 3 being snaps that we reviewed is cool. It's really cool. And yeah, a lot of snaps in the top 100 from this community. A lot of snaps from the top 100. Bell, thank you for the big 300. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I love the Fresh Sing bundle. I picked it up, and the Taylor Swift outfit bundle. Yeah, some really, really cool stuff There is some really cool stuff in the shop this week for sure. I'm excited to talk about the premium shop. I am also excited to show you guys this because I am kind of obsessed with it. I made this last night. Let me switch scenes so you can see the whole screen. Check it out. Check out my freaking arcade, bro. I'm obsessed with this. It's so sick, dude. This came out so cool. I freaking love this. I just wish I had remembered to put the disco ball in. I could have had the disco ball right here, but I think it's fine without it. But like, I love the way this came out. I love the pose. I like Merlin and Ariel, and like Goofy and Scrooge working the prize counter. Tigger over here thinking. Sadness crying over her popsicle. Vanellope being like, "Whoa, look at him go." We got Peter Pan kind of sad over here that the claw machine dropped his toy, and then you know, Stitch is over here playing skee ball. So, what pose is that? Capybara. It's the capybara pose. The capybara pose is great because it's got that like 90s, 2000s hip-hop vibe to it. That's why I wanted to use it. Merlin's dance is always good, Bethany. I use his dance in almost every time I use Merlin because it's just so good. So let me pull this up. So yeah, we have Merlin hitting the dance here, especially in that summer outfit. We have him hitting the dance here. So yeah, the Merlin dance is actually just really popular in general. It's like widely used in Dreamsnaps. So yeah, always a good idea to use it. Always a good idea, you know, as long as it plays with what you're doing. But yeah, I like Ariel's little spin too. But yeah, the dancing looks really good. The kind of hip-hop style of the avatar, I think, came out great. And the red and black hair was like really trendy in the Y2K era too, so we went with the red and black. I just like Goofy and Scrooge back here. It's just fun. There's a lot of fun storytelling elements, and I love the way the room came together. I kind of tweaked the saturation and the lighting a bit. I couldn't get more of the orbs in the middle here, but I kind of like these little yellow lights here because they don't cast light, so they didn't make it super bright, but they just added some fun color to the top. But yeah, I'm obsessed with this. This might be one of my favorite snaps. This might be one of my favorite snaps. Peter's so sad. Yeah, he's getting ripped off by the claw machine right now. That's what's happening with Peter Pan. He's put all of his tokens into it, and it just drops his stuffed prize every single time. Sadness being sad. Yeah, classic Sadness here. She dropped her popsicle. This is a very common play with Sadness too. People usually do either a popsicle or a lollipop in front of her with the sad expression. Works really good. You'll see this in a lot of snaps. You'll see this in a lot of snaps. Very, very popular play for Sadness. But yeah, I really like the way it came out. I love this snap. I'm really excited about it. This morning, I remembered I wanted to add the disco ball, so I'm kind of sad that I forgot about the disco ball. But it's fine. I mean, it came out really great. I'm super happy with it. I tinkered with it a good bit last night. Yeah, Sadness at the claw machine would be fun too. She's just so short, it wouldn't work for mine. You know, I need somebody a little taller back there. Still a little too short. I had her crying in front of the prizes for mine. Yo! Nana! Thank you, my friend! Nana Deb coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. We got gifted subs going to Adventure Hag, Mistress of Pain, Tay Wanders, Morgan Marigold, and Tatted Galaxy 420, all catching gifted subs here, courtesy of Nana Deb. Thank you, Nana Deb. Thank you so much. Marcus said, I tried doing multiple villagers indoors this weekend. I got frustrated with the camera angles, and it kept resetting my villagers. That's the most annoying thing about it, Marky, to be honest. So I probably would have tried some different things here. But when I was summoning villagers, it took me forever to get sadness, so I ended up with like almost all the villagers in this room, and I had to like turn all of them off and hide all of them. And because if I, the only thing that I think is not perfect here, and this is a very small thing, you won't notice it unless I tell you, I don't think, but you see the Mickey neon light here? This one on the right is just a hair closer to the edge of the frame than the one on the left. You see how this one has a little bit of space? So usually I would reshoot. But yeah, what you're saying about it being frustrating, how, when you're doing multiple villagers indoors and then you got to toggle all of them off and like get them back. I just wish they would just, they need to give us a better way to summon villagers inside, because clearly we can. Like, we can summon villagers inside thanks to the villager summoning items. They should just give us a way to let us pick the villagers. Let us pick who we want. Because people on Nintendo Switch, their Switch is going to crash if they keep summoning people. And if you're not on Nintendo Switch, you just got to summon people till you get who you want, and then you got to toggle all of them off, and before you know it, you've wasted an hour. And if there is a slight imperfection in your scene, God forbid you want to change it, because you're going to have to toggle all of them off again. So it's just way too much. So yeah, it's definitely something that needs to be adjusted. Definitely something that needs to be adjusted for sure. So we'll see. Maybe in the future. The devs have been listening really well when it comes to community feedback, and I think they've probably seen a lot of us using villagers indoors. So I'm hoping that it's something that they'll adjust, just quality of life fix in a future update. Hopefully. Max, thank you for the 100 bits as well. I got 1,500 last snap posted on Facebook. Will you look at it for me, please, says Mags. Yeah, we'll be looking at all the... I don't know why my auto mod... I'll allow your comment. Nels Bell says, I hate indoor snaps. And my auto mod was like, no, you're not allowed to say that. I'm assuming you're saying you hate doing them. A lot of people have a hard time doing them. Most of my snaps are outdoors. I've never had an indoor snap fail to get 4K. So I wanted to make this one really good because I want to keep that momentum. I want to keep that, streak going for the indoor snaps. But I just really love this one. Even if somehow it gets buried and it just pops up against really good stuff, or maybe I get paired up against really good concerts and people like the concerts more than this. Let's say hypothetically this doesn't get 4K. I love it so much. Like, my snap is the prize. I kind of want to make this like my desktop background. I just love it. I love it. It's great. Yeah, I hate doing snaps indoors, says Nell. They can be good. Indoor it's a bit of a learning experience. If you haven't done it a lot, it's something you kind of got to play with. You got to get a good feel for it. It's just one of those things that if you're not super accustomed to it, it can be a bit of a headache. But there are some great strengths to going indoors. Notably, you get access to some great wall decor. You get access to ceiling decor. You're not going to have as much depth of field, but you get really, really good control over lighting and light casting. So there are some very good strengths to making a snap indoors, but it's a bit of a learning curve. It's because most of what you decorate is going to be outside. So you're going to be very used to how outdoors works. You have, the angle of the sun for your lighting. Indoors can be a little bit more technical, but there's some very good strengths there to consider. Tatty Galaxy says, thank you for ever gifting me a sub. It won't let me tag them. Oh, nice. It was Nana. Oh my God, I just noticed we had a hype train. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Y'all got it to level 2 here. I should have mentioned it. I should have brought it up. We probably could have taken it a little further, but I did not even notice. But thank you, Nana. Yeah, you probably got 35% off on those gifteds if you sent them during that little treasure train. Nice, nice. I also just noticed something today on my Twitch dashboard, which I wish I'd have seen before. But apparently, tomorrow's the last day for this. But apparently, this entire past week, if you did your Twitch stream in dual format, which means you stream in the long format and you stream in the regular format that I'm streaming in now, like the TikTok format, like the full screen for mobile, anytime somebody gifted 5 subs, Twitch would give you an extra sub. And I didn't even know. I didn't even know that was going on. Because I have the plugin on my OBS to do both. But even though it's going to be ending soon, Like, I think I might be able to do it tomorrow. But it is a good idea to do long format, because I know we have a lot of, I know we have a lot of mobile viewers, you know, everybody does. So I think it would be a good idea to give the long format streams a shot as well on Twitch, because you can do both. Heathen Dove, thank you for the hundo. Waterfall, thank you for the hundo as well. Greatly appreciate it, guys. I swear I had to skip over 500 snaps just to get my 50 moonies, says Lisa. Yeah, that'll happen, you know. I actually got really lucky when I voted last night. All right, so Lisa, are you talking about today? Were you doing your voting today? Because if you vote on refresh day, nothing has really accrued votes yet. So it's a lot. It's going to be a lot harder to find good snaps. Last night, after I made my snap, it was like pretty late, a few minutes past midnight, and I did my voting then, and I ended up getting, like, I didn't have to skip a single time. It was crazy. It was crazy. I got so many good snaps. And then as soon as I got my 50 moonstones, I got nothing but, like, random selfies after that. It was so funny. I wonder what we'll see for flashback vibes. Let me take a look here. Okay. This looks like some kind of, like, sitcom. This looks like a sitcom kind of thing. Because we have, like, the stage lights and the mannequins. Maybe it's, like Friends or something. I don't know, the sitcom. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Friends is probably the most common sitcom, but this is pretty good for a first snap to pop up. This is pretty good. And they got the Y2K style as well. And then we have this one. A lot of white, kind of pulls the color out. I do like the orb lights, and I like the Neon Disney logo down here. That's fun, or the Neon Mickey logo, I should say. And the outfit's very Y2K. But I definitely think this one's a lot stronger here. They're not playing up the meta close to the Avatar, but I think they have some great storytelling with the scene here. It's a very well-built room. We'll give it to them. That one's pretty fun. But you know, is it a bedroom? Is it an arcade? Maybe it's the bedroom of a really, really rich person. Because you'd have to have some wealthy mommies and daddies to have, like, these big old arcade machines in your room and, like, a studio booth. But it's got some good Y2K vibes. And it's stronger than this one. A lot of ceiling, though. I'll give it a vote. I feel like it'll probably struggle against snaps that are fully a bedroom or snaps that are fully an arcade. Also, indoor snaps with a little bit of a better angle. I'm just kind of looking through them now. That's a pretty good shot of the Avatar. You know, a little concert scene. I'm not sure what the bear has to do with this. That's very pink. That's very pink. Very pink room. A little empty in the front. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cool snaps out here this week. That one's pretty fun. All right. Well, gotta have your Y2K bear cub. I guess so. I guess so. You know, you guys remember in Y2K when we all had bears? That was a good time. That was a good time. I miss those times. I miss my bear. You know, that's the best part of Y2K, having a bear. And they made it illegal in 2011. You weren't allowed to have bears anymore. It's like, what's this country coming to? Okay. The good old days. Yeah. Yeah, the good old days where we all had bears. Marie said hi. Hello, Marie. Hello. Welcome in. Rogue said, so I turn all the I turn all the villagers off, then individually turn on the ones that I want. It saves a few minutes. I'm not sure how. I turn all the villagers off, because you're taking extra steps if you're turning them all off. So that actually takes a little bit more time. So maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm missing something, Rogue. So when you summon a bunch of villagers indoors, you turn off the ones, and to even turn them off, you have to, like, put them in a spot first. So I just turn off all the ones I'm not going to use and then just place the ones I am going to use. So there's no point in turning off the ones... There's no point in turning off the ones that I am going to use. That's just an extra step, so I'm not sure how that saves time. Maybe I'm missing something there. Maybe I could be misunderstanding. Dreamy Lunel said it's so tedious on PS5. Are you talking about, like, villagers indoors? That's not a PS5 thing. That's an everything thing. That's every console. Every console, PC, like, I made my Dreamsnap last night on my Steam Deck, which is basically just a controller with a screen. So it's the same thing. The same thing. So yeah, it's not really going to be different. Unless you're on Switch, then it's a bit different because it could crash. And then you got to start over. So it's a little bit tougher. Cody said I play exclusively on Steam Deck and I'm having no issues with it. Yeah, the Steam Deck's great. Steam Deck's great. I love my Steam Deck. I find Steam Deck quality of snaps poor. I don't really see that. I mean, I play on Steam Deck. Yeah, PS5 is I mean, yeah, PS5 is going to have much better graphics. But I wouldn't say the Steam Deck quality is poor. It's just not as good as PS5. But, like, I think one of the ranked top 5s is a Switch 1 snap this week. So, like, I don't think it really hurts you much. When it comes to, the Steam Deck, you're talking about a small handheld computer with a screen. It's not going to be able to fit the same amount of processing power that an entire console has, especially a next-generation console. So the PS5 is naturally going to have better graphics, That just makes sense. Rogue says no, where you turn off the companion. So I build a fence in my room to get everyone in there. Turn them off. No, just where you turn off the companions. Companions would be like pets. Where you turn off companions. Are you talking about where you can toggle off villagers? Like how you can just turn off villagers here? Like villagers visible. Yeah, because that's pretty cool. I thought villagers visible just made everybody go away, but I didn't know it could work this way. Yeah, that could definitely save time. Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand. So you just use this option. Yeah, I always thought it would just make all of them go away just in general. I didn't know they would still show up if you use the toggle. That's pretty cool. That could definitely save some time. That can save a lot of time. Only problem is if you have a lot of them in a room, yeah, you'll definitely need to trap them somewhere. Because it won't let you, even when they're invisible, even when you can't see them, they still occupy that space. So you won't be able to put a villager where another villager is, even if you can't see them. So you would have to trap them that way. Yeah, I just assumed it worked that way too, but that's good to know. That's good to know. All right. I think we're about ready for snap results. But yeah, that's very useful. That's very useful. So you can just do villagers off, and everyone is off except for who you choose to show. Yeah, that can save a ton of time. Not even just for indoor, but for outdoor as well. I mean, for outdoor, I keep them all trapped by the well, so it's not as necessary. But for indoor, it's a little bit more of a headache. Somebody said I made it for everyone who missed me. Yeah, there's probably like maybe a person here who did, so that's cool. That's cool you made it. Okay. Okay, so wait, what? How? You want me to show you again? Here, I'll show you. I'll go indoors and do it so you can see how it works. I'll show you indoors. Yeah, I always assumed when you toggled villagers invisible that the ones you wouldn't be able to even see the ones you placed. But you can. So let's say, Marky, that I summoned a bunch of villagers like this. And I want to use them in this arcade scene. Instead of toggling them all off one by one. Also, for my pose, you guys, if you guys want to see how I did the pose for this snap, I put on a capybara. I'll show you this in a second. Let me go ahead and show Marky how to do this. So, you got your villagers inside. You're going to go over here to the 3 dots on the bottom right. Let me make sure you can see it. So, you see over here, there's an option that says villagers visible. Now they're not visible. So now we can't see any of them. Let's say I just want to use Merlin. Well, now I go to the toggle and I grab Merlin. And I can just put Merlin in here. Everyone else is still invisible. I don't have to toggle them all off one by one. The only downside is you will probably want to make sure they're trapped, because you'll notice I'm not going to be able to put Merlin. There's like a whole space right here where he won't go, because that's where the villagers were. That's why he's kind of going around it. So he won't be able to go where the invisible villagers are. So what you could do is just lure them all to one corner of the room that you can't see. Get them to all pile in over here. And then just like trap them. And then, use the toggle to turn them on or off. And then use the placement toggle to place only the ones you want to use. Just got home from work, but I like you, Samantha. Like Ashley, too. Y'all are great. You're just sucking up to the mods so they don't ever have to delete your comments. I know what you're doing. You don't mean that. You don't mean that. Nobody really likes them. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'll do that next time too. I just toggled each one of them. It took a while. I like how you can see the shooting stars in the day. Well, let's go ahead and go through the snap results first, because, it's going to take a little bit of time. Phoenix says, that's life-changing. I was turning 15 villagers off individually. Yeah, right. That doesn't save a little bit of time. That saves a ton of time. That's super useful. Thank you for sharing, Rogue. Thank you. Yeah, next time I do villagers indoors, I'll definitely be using that. Because that beats the hell out of turning them all off one by one. Might have to put that in a snap tip video or something. Yeah, you can lure them to where you want to trap them just with selfie mode. Villagers can't resist selfie mode. You go into selfie mode, they all want to swarm. Matter of fact, if I put my controller down and just leave it here, go have lunch, if I come back 30 minutes later, there will be 8 villagers here. And then I'll come back again. There'll be like 12 and then 14. They just keep coming. See, here comes the first one right now. Like, they know when you have selfie mode open. They got to come. They got to come. He's even boot scooting. You see that? Scooting his little booty across the ground. Here's the first one. Yeah, they really can't resist. They really can't resist the selfie. Yeah, it would be good to get one out silver tap because there's a lot of new metas, a lot of new tips and tricks we can discuss for a snap video for sure. Tiny Galaxy, thank you for the hundo. Sorry if I'm annoying. Last time I say thanks. This past year has been difficult with many changes and my dad passing away. So something that may seem small, like a sub gift, is greatly appreciated. I've been watching Senpai for a bit now. Disney and Dreamsnaps has been a nice escape. Don't apologize, my friend. I don't think anybody thinks that kind of comment is annoying. I mean, you know, like that kind of positivity is like the best thing about a stream. You know what I mean? It's like the opposite of annoying. It's awesome. Thank you. I'm glad the streams have been helpful. And I'm glad that gifted sub from Nana meant so much to you. That's great. That's great to see. You love to see it when, you know, gifted subs go to people that just really, really appreciate it. And thanks again, Nana, and thank you again, Tatted. All right. So we're going to be looking at your results for getting artsy. So we talked a lot about this one. The challenge was to create an artist workshop where creativity flows free. Show off sculpted pieces, sew magical outfits, or paint enchanting works like Rapunzel. Express yourself. So that was the challenge. You know, we talked about a lot of tips. We had our little guide video about it. And if you want to share your snaps for these on-stream discussions, guys, when we talk about snap results, I make a post every Wednesday. This one right here was made 4 hours ago. And I'll post my dream snap, and then I'll ask everybody to share their snaps and their results. That way we can take a good look at, you know, what performed very well. And hundreds of snaps get shared on these posts. And it just gives us a pretty large sample pool of what's landing in 4K. Because a vast majority of the people that do comment on this post are in the 4K range, which is very helpful. And then the snaps that do fall short of 4K, we'll spend a bit of time talking about them. You know, maybe what they could have done to be more competitive. In some cases, you know, a snap may be just unlucky. You know, you might just pop up against some other really good snaps. There's a lot of talented players out there. But yeah, we'll look at it. We'll take a look at them. Is there a way to share under a nickname instead of an actual name on your Facebook posts? Well, it's just a page. It's not a group. So, you know, in a group, you can go by a nickname. So what you could do is just make your own page. You can just make a Facebook page and give it any name you want. Like, my real name is not probably Senpai, but that's what my Facebook page says, you know. I have a actual Facebook page, like with my government name. I don't really use it, but it's out there, you know. So anybody can make a Facebook page. Wait, it's not? Okay, guys. That's not your name. First name, probably. Last name, Senpai. My middle name is an underscore, actually. So, yeah, anybody can make a Facebook page. So if you wanted to do that, you know. But, I mean, pretty much everybody just... Most people just comment. I mean, Wings of a Daydream has a Facebook page. You know, that's why they come up as Wings of a Daydream. But yeah, if you're, you know, like if you got people looking for you, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like if you're if you're being hunted by like bounty hunters or something, then and your name just can't get out there. Yeah, I mean, you know, you can just make a Facebook page, you know. It's always an option. A lot of people do that because, you know, you just get a page name. I have nosy Facebook people. You should just private your account so they can't see what you're doing. Well, if they're your friends, they can probably see what you're doing. They can probably see. Yeah, your best bet, Ims, would probably be to make a Facebook page. And then as long as they're not following that page, they're not going to have it pop up in their feed or anything, so. Amy said, I made a new Facebook account with this name. I mean, you could also do that, but I wouldn't recommend that because it's, you're going to have to log out of one account and log back in. The thing about just making a page, I can switch to my actual page with a click. Like I can switch over, at any point. So now I'm on my real Facebook page looking at my Now I'm on my actual Facebook account looking at my Facebook page. So I just switched over. And then I can switch back. So it says, switch to my main, switch probably Senpai. So instead of making an entirely new account where you have to log out and log in, you'll have both of them in one place. Just makes it a little bit more convenient, instead of making an entirely new account. It's also faster to set up. Somebody said, hey, welcome. I went crochet route and got 2,500, but I did get pretty close to the 4K bracket because I think the rank is 7786. Yeah, you were very close. You were very close. And he said he had a pain having a second account. Yeah, you should set up a page. Unless you've already got a lot of stuff on your Amy's Looking Glass account. But I would recommend setting up a page. It only takes a minute. Let me see real quick. Let me go to Google. It's been a while since I made my page. You can create a new Facebook page by logging into your personal account and then using the menu options on a computer or mobile device. Click the menu icon, create new profile or page, then create page. Enter your page name, choose your category. If it's for Dream of Value, you can or gaming, just make it a gaming page. Add an optional bio, you can just skip that. And then just click create page, and you're done. So that's it. That's all. That's the only steps you got to go through. It's super fast. Super fast to do. Anybody can do it. So yeah, if you wanted to do that, if for some reason you didn't want your, if you got family, always trying to see what you're doing on there, or friends, you can be a little, incognito. If you set up a page, can't people see your other account though? No. No, it doesn't work that way. I mean, think about it. That would be kind of a defeat the whole purpose of having a page. You know what I mean? At that point, if they're just imagine every big streamer, especially some of these female streamers that have a lot of guys obsessed with them. Imagine if every female streamer's gaming page just had their actual government name on there. To where these people could look them up and try to find them. You know what I mean? Not the best, not the best. But yeah, there's also a bunch of different privacy settings you can enable as well. That's because, Lunaris, I'm friends with a lot of people in the community. And if you're friends with any of them, not to mention I also comment with my actual official page on some of my posts. So since we have interactions, you can get my personal account in your recommendeds. because I don't really care. You know, I'm not really trying to hide who I am. You know, I don't think anybody's going to be coming after me. And if they do, I can defend myself. I have firearms. Come at me. I dare you. Give me a reason. Give me a reason to break out some of these toys of mine. Can have a good old time. Have a good old time over here. And then I'll let the cats have their way with you when I'm done. Horty's hungry. He's on a diet. But yeah, nowhere on my page will it have my personal information. You know. No. Facebook will not recommend you becoming friends with somebody's... No, those two things are not tied together. It's not a risk of having a personal page linked to a business page. Because think about it too. Another thing is, like, think about a disgruntled customer, right? Because these pages are also business pages. A lot of business owners don't want their personal information out there because some people don't get a refund and they get really angry, especially when money's involved. Imagine if for every business page out there, it just told you who owned the business and told you their personal name. You know, that would not be a good system. So, you know, it does not work that way. It does not work that way. Not to mention, there's loads of privacy features you can enable. Like, you can be pretty much completely incognito on Facebook if you want to. Pure Ice said someone mildly threatened me on Facebook today. And I was like, yeah, I'm crazy and unhinged with a fingerprint gun safe in my living room in Texas. All my neighbors will come armed too. Gotta love the Facebook threats. Why have I never thought about this before? Thank you. Well, a lot of people don't think about it, you know? Like, a lot of people don't think about the fact that you can make a Facebook page. Most of the time, people only really have it come up because they're working for a business or they're making a business page. Like, if you own your own business, you know, you're likely to have it on your radar. Or if you're like a content creator, you're likely to have it on your radar. But I'd say, like, the average person doesn't really, you know, most people don't really think about it, you know? So, therefore, they don't really know just how easy it is to do. It's, like, super easy. My best friend is a psych nurse and doesn't do Facebook due to her unhinged patients. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that, you know. Especially, you know, when it comes to working with people that are having trouble with mental health. Could be tricky. My husband has Facebook but doesn't use it ever. I don't really use it for anything except for my stream stuff. I actually haven't made a single post on my... I've commented from my, like, actual page. But I haven't made a single post on my actual Facebook page in years. Even when I comment on post, it's just because I toggled over to that one by mistake, usually. I, don't really have any intention to use it. I would probably delete it. But it's tied to this. So, no need. No need. All right. Oh, and also in regards to Facebook, you guys, we actually had some people asking about this yesterday, so I want to briefly touch on this. So we had somebody come by and they were saying, if I was a paid Facebook supporter, you know, when you do the snap results, would you take a look at mine? Because, you know, we can't look at all the snaps that come in here. We kind of just go through, look what we can, kind of see what's doing well on average, typically how it goes. And I never really thought about that before. See, I used to stream on Facebook. That's where I started. And because of that, we have subscribers, which is like a paid supporter on Facebook. Like, Dreamy Luna Elf here is a Facebook supporter. And when it comes to, you know, the supporter benefits of Facebook, there hasn't really been any for a long time because we moved away from Facebook and we moved to Twitch and we moved to YouTube, and most people support on those platforms. Now, by no means do I expect people to support on multiple platforms. Like, I don't expect you guys to be supporters on Twitch and be supporters on YouTube and be supporters on Facebook. You really don't have to do that. You know that. You know that. But considering we do have Facebook supporters, I think right now we have like probably about 20. You know, it's a small handful, but they're there. And we also have more people that have been inquiring about it. So I actually spent most of my work hours today renovating the supporter system on Facebook a bit. So before we get into the snap results, I just want to give you a quick rundown on that. So you know we have a pretty big group now with the Dreamsnap Hub. There's also a special group for supporters. This is just an automatic thing. Where did it go? Hello? Oh, okay. All right. When you get supporters on Facebook, you can have a supporter group. So this group was called Senpai Sacred Realm. It has not been active in a long time because it was our supporter hub when we were streaming on Facebook. But I told everybody when we were leaving Facebook and going to Twitch that we were going to use Discord, weren't really going to use the group anymore. But since we've been using Facebook for our snap result streams, and since we still have, you know, like a handful of people supporting on Facebook, I've renovated this supporter group a little bit. It is now called the Senpai Society. And I made an announcement in here. Again, I'm not expecting anybody to become supporters on Facebook. You know, this is just for the people that are on this platform a lot. Most of you are already supporting on either Twitch or YouTube. So it's kind of a good thing that this group will be small, because it'll make it very easy for me to interact with people and keep up with it. So if you do become a Facebook supporter, this group is not just a Dreamsnap group. You know, this little Senpai Society group is not, it's not just for snaps. It's for whatever you want. You know, it's just for connecting with other Facebook supporters and with me as a person. So what I mentioned in the announcement was, with this group being much smaller than our public groups, you can feel free to ask for a bit of oh, thank you. Jingle Bells, thank you for the 169. You can feel free to ask for a bit of extra snap advice here if you feel the need. Just keep in mind, unlike the Dreamsnap Hub, this group isn't dedicated to one particular topic. Its sole purpose is to provide a cozy little pocket for our supporter family here on Facebook. Feel free to share, ask, or comment what your heart desires, as long as it doesn't break the 3 rules of the group. And that's pretty much it. You know, the rest of this post was explaining what the group used to be and how we're changing it. And supporters on Facebook also get, there's like a little badge that'll show up by your name. And since we did have a friend asking, you know, if they were a supporter, could I discuss their snaps during the reviews? I can do that as well, because we're not going to have a ton of Facebook supporters. So like if I see somebody with a supporter badge, I'll take a close look at their snap. But you do not have to have a supporter badge in order for me to look at your snap. We're going to keep doing it the same way we always have. We'll just make sure we catch the ones with the supporter badge as well. But yeah, that's it. That's everything. Plus, if you sub, you can see a video I made like 5 years ago. It's actually going to be gone soon. Samantha, I'm remaking it. So I think there's a video that plays. No, don't ask them to sub to another platform. A lot of people are already subbed. They're fine. It is an old video, though. It's a really old video. It was an old thank you video from like 5 years ago. I'm just saying, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I'm just saying, I just don't want to pressure him too much. I don't want to pressure anybody. So, yeah. Right now, there's because the way it works on Facebook is there's a video that plays if you're thinking about being a supporter, and then there's a video that plays if you become a supporter, but they're both like 5 years old. And I was going to remake them today, but I needed to figure out how everything was going to work. Now, unfortunately, I did look into this. I was going to see if Discord could do the same thing for Facebook supporters that it does for YouTube and Twitch. By that, I mean giving them access to the review forums. But it doesn't do that. Discord is not set up with Facebook that way. So if you're a paid supporter on Facebook, you're not going to be able to get, like, I would have to manually give every Facebook supporter access to the channel. And then we would have to track it each month to make sure they were still supporters. And that's just going to be a lot. So the Snap reviews are still going to be exclusive for Twitch and YouTube supporters. Whereas Facebook supporters get the Senpai Society group and, priority for some of the Snap result discussions. So it's just different. It's just different stuff. But yeah, that's it. That's everything, I think. Not a lot there, not a lot there. Just going over the, the Facebook stuff since you guys have been asking about that. Okay. Also, where'd my goal go? Oh. Okay. Bro, what is going on today? My PC is acting weird. All right. Christine, you're already a Twitch sub. You got a little sub badge by your name. Your PC is haunted. It might be. You hear my mic just now? Yeah, it's acting a little funky. I don't know what it's doing. It's Wacky Wednesday. Oh, Wacky Wednesday. Everything's going to start going crazy, I guess. I mean, I'm only using 38% of my memory right now. That's not too bad. Most of it's being used by Dreamlight Valley. It's running in the background. Okay. It was gifted. Yeah, I think it might have been. I don't know if it came in today. We call this Hump Day in Canada. It's called Hump Day in the US too. That's like a whole North America thing. I think it might even apply in the UK as well. There's like commercials. There was this big, I think it was like Allstate or something. One of the big insurance companies did like a whole Hump Day commercial thing back in the day. Yeah, Samantha, you know what I'm talking about Hump Day. That was like there was a whole thing back in the day, which was a hump day. There was a camel in the commercial because he has a hump, and there was like a camel in the office and everybody was saying hump day. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. So yeah, the hump day thing, that's here too. That's here too. Did you hear about Dolly Parton and Tim Curry? Yes. Yes, I did. Guess what day it is? Mike, guess what day it is, Mike? I wonder if I can find... I bet you I can find that old video. Hang on a second. I can just look up on YouTube Hump Day commercial. Hump Day commercial Mike original. Is this it? This looks like it is. 13 years ago?
Uh-oh. Guess.
Wow, this is 13 years old? No way.
Uh-oh. Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico?
It was Geico. It wasn't Allstate. It was Geico. Okay. All right. Well, there you go. The old hump day. Yeah, that was that. That was that. Okay. Anyway. This is what American ads are like 13 years ago. Ads are weird now. I feel like, I don't know. I get the feeling that like a lot of ads now are just like written by AI, and they're just like, I don't know. They don't have the same pizzazz that they did like 10 years ago. But I'll be honest, American ads get a lot weirder. They get a lot weirder. Bibberty Liberty. Yeah, Bibberty Mutual. Oh, yeah, the old Budweiser frogs. Yeah, they're boring now, says Amy. Yeah, dude, we used to have cool ads. You know who has the craziest ads, though? If we're talking about commercials, bro, Japan. Japan has the craziest commercials. Hang on, there's one that's like a whole like romance series. Okay, I gotta find it. I know we gotta discuss snap results, guys, but this has to take precedence just for a minute. It was about a candy. Hang on, I gotta find this. Yeah, Long Long Man. It was the Long Long Man commercial. Japanese. All Long Long Man commercials. It's such a riveting piece of media.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get
どうしたの？
トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。
Hang on.
そう？
もっとな。
There we go.
どうしたの？
トールさんが避ける組咲いてる時の顔が好き。
そう？
もっと長く見てたいな。
あー。
long, long way. 避ける組対長い避ける組
That's just the first one.
見て手長猿。こっちはゾウさんだ。
ちーちゃんは長い。
I'm not kidding you guys. It's a whole series, okay? It's a whole series. The story is going to progress, and there's a crazy twist at the end. I am not kidding when I tell you this is one of the best commercial lineups of all time. So just bear with me here, because we got to watch it play out now.
ああいうのが好きなんだね。
別に意識してるわけじゃないけど。
気のせいか。あー。
long, long way.
前にも言ったね、あの長い人。
避ける組対長い避ける組
出先で避ける組のマンゴー見つけてさ。本当？バイク便で送ったから。そろそろ吹くと思うよ。
そう。すごいタイミング。
サインお願いします。
long, long way.
ちーちゃん、聞こえてる？
あ、届いたよ。ありがとう。
マンゴー味珍しいからたくさん買ったんだ。今度2人で食べようね。おーい、ちーちゃん。
避ける組対長い避ける組
それ触ってみてもいいですか？
どうぞ
長い。これどうやって咲くんですか？
こんな風に long, long way. すいません避ける組対長い避ける組
はーい。
電話出ないから心配になって。
ちょっと寝込んでて。
これ持ってきたから一緒に食べよう。
今日はちょっと待って、今はダメ。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
ちーちゃん、どうして俺じゃなくてこいつなんだよ。
それは
ああ、そうかい。長けりゃいいのかい。ビロービロー
海がかわいそう。
ビローよ。ちーちゃん、
黙っててごめん。実は私もう長くないの。だから長いものを見ると安心できるの。
ちーちゃん。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
どうしてそんな猿芝居したの？目移りするのチーの悪い癖だよ。
だって長いんだもん。
長さに騙されてんじゃねえよ。
え？
避けるグミ一袋分並べていくと、ほら同じ長さになるの。食べやすいようにわざわざ切ってあるんだよ。
No, it's a series of commercials. It's almost done, I think.
避ける組対長い避ける組。
Yeah, we're over halfway.
何？
プロポーズってどんな風にされたい？
え？
正直に言ってごらん。
フラッシュモブは嫌かな。なんかこっぱずかしいし、フラッシュモブ以外で。
ちーちゃん、僕と結婚。耳長っ。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
ちーちゃん。
ダメ。結婚式までお預け。
シェー、おやすみ。
おやすみ。
シートベルトお締めください。
どちらまで？
どうして？
は？
すいません。やっぱり忘れられない。
避ける組対長い避ける組。
She can't move on.
叫んじゃねえぞ、はたぼうよ。
I think we're about at the twist.
避ける組対長い避ける組。
私、長い間あなたのこと待ってたの。トールさんごめんなさい。私のことは忘れて。分かったでしょ？私はひどい女なの。
ああ、もうやだ。どうしていつも俺の前に現れるんだよ。
一目見た時から君のことが。
It was always him.
トール君。
俺？嘘だろ。
高いったのに。どうして？
僕らはきっと分かり合える。
触ってみてもいいですか？
ああ、きっとみんな分かり合える。避ける組長い避ける組。
Oh, man. That's what I mean, you know. You want to talk about good commercials. They made, I mean, it was like an entire series. Like, that was like 7 different commercials, all building up to the finale. And then, like, there's a flashback that shows the reason he was always there wasn't for her, it was for him. It's because they shared this mutual love of Sakura gummies. And they bonded on that. They bonded on it, you know? It's a beautiful, beautiful, heartwarming heartwarming tale. Heartworms aren't good. Yeah, it's heartwarming, but yeah, beautiful, beautiful story. Anyway, let's get into these snaps. Long, long man. Now I'm gonna have that stuck in my head the rest of the week. Okay. Alrighty. Let's organize by... I wish it would let me organize by oldest. You know, it only lets me do by newest, all comments. But... let's see. What is this one? 25? Okay. Oh, I think that's Danielle's. Yes. Yeah, 25 is good for this, I think. I think this is pretty reasonable. You know, kind of the benefit of showing more of the room and, like, the even portion of walls on the sides. And then the lighting. You got some good lighting on the back walls, but could use some lighting towards the front of the scene as well. Because the motifs are going to show up very bright, but the easels are dark. But still, a very fair rank for that, I think. I think that's good. 2,500 is good for that. Oh, this one got 4K. Rank 5,648 here from Carrie. There weren't a lot of the crochet ones, so this is kind of cool to see. I saw a handful of crochet ones. I wonder what Sunshine got, because she had a really good crochet one. Tigress got 4K for this one, where she was painting the gnome. Really good storytelling here. The way she's kind of interacting with her art, admiring it. The lighting here is really nice. We have a lot of good light casting on that back wall. And you showed a good bit of ceiling, but you did a really good job decorating that ceiling. These vines, the hanging plants, all that extra detail definitely helped lock in 4K for this. Well done. Creeping got ring 2,637 here. Beautiful work. You know, the flower here makes a lot of sense with Rapunzel. And these walls were very popular this week. You know, we talked a lot about these walls. You'll see these constantly in a lot of the 4K snaps. Strong outfit, strong villager positioning, great lighting. No surprise here. Mama Dukes, once again in the 4K range. Beautiful scene here. I love these hanging lights. You know, again, we see a good bit of ceiling, but we have really great detail on that ceiling. And we got the wall sconces back here casting these little pockets of light, which looks really good. Love the painting here. Oh, the little calico kitty beside you is super cute too. And we even have sculptures. We have fabric. And even a guitar. Really good artist workshop. Very strong. Wings of a Daydream here. 2,500 moonstones. Rank 8,084. Happy for free moonstones, but still have a lot to learn before I can feel safe in 4K. On a positive note, of the 25 weeks I've been deliberately creating Dreamsnap since I found your videos, 21 out of those 25 I've gotten 4K. Nice, that's amazing. That's a really, really good ratio. Incredibly grateful to you. You made Dreamsnaps fun and enjoyable for me. Well, this could have definitely received 4K wings. My guess is you were probably up against some pretty challenging opponents. You know, Dreamsnaps can be quite competitive. This is good. You should definitely be proud of it. You got some great lighting in the back. You featured yourself interacting with the pottery here. And I think you have a strong workshop and some good character positioning. So against different opponents, I think you definitely could have secured 4K with this one as well. It just really comes down to what you match up against a lot of the time, you know. And there's some great snaps out there. But I could have definitely seen this in the 4K range. So, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. Keep up the good work. And I think you'll continue to consistently get 4K. I don't think you have a long way to go. I mean, you know, like you said you had a long way to go before you feel safe. But the fact that you've gotten 4K 21 out of 25 weeks is really good. As far as just kind of staying in 4K, that can be tricky. You know, there's always going to be weeks where you match up against tough opponents. You never know when those weeks are going to come. Which is why a lot of the advice we give is just on making your snap even more competitive. So if you do match up against these snaps, you have more of a fighting chance against them. What could have potentially helped you here would be A little bit more presence for somebody like Rapunzel, I think could have been good. And then since these lights are not active, since these hanging lantern lights are not active, if you did turn them on, it would probably get too bright here. So maybe instead of the hanging lights, if we had decorated the ceiling, maybe with vines instead, just add some more greenery to the top. And maybe a different ceiling texture, something that has, you know, patterns or bricks could just add more of a texture to the environment, make it more impressive. Overall, it's a very solid snap. Could have definitely gotten 4K. I think you did a great job on it. Bianca said 3rd week of 4K, highest rank ever, first time in 3 digits. I was actually very nervous about this one, so I'm happy with my progress in the rank. Next goal is hitting a 2-digit rank. I know ranks don't necessarily matter, but it's more of a mind, more for me and a set fun goals for myself. And I replied to this and I said nothing wrong with being proud or happy with a higher rank placement. My whole thing with rank is that it doesn't determine one snap being better than the other because we all have different 1v1 opponents. The important thing is to aim for 4K. That said, it's always exciting to land in a higher rank, and you should be proud of that. So this snap ended up getting rank 483. It's a good workshop, you know, features the, you know, the painting set right here at the front of the scene. We got a great shot of Rapunzel here. We have the lights active up at the top. You know, good shot of the avatar. So a good rank overall, well-built scene. Willow ranked 400 here, and her daughter ranked 399, which is awesome. They rank right next to each other, so that's pretty cool to see. These indoor-outdoor kind of style snaps were very popular this week. There were several of these circulating, and a lot of them made it into 4K. So a strong snap here. Claudia's back in 4K as expected. I was kind of surprised her last snap, you know, fell short, but I feel like for the eco-friendly fun, it was just tougher because, you know, if it, you know, it's tempting to make it populated, but I think more populated snaps had a harder time last week. But the color balance was really nice on this one. I love the blue hair. Really brings out the colors because it's very different from the backdrop. The rainbows in the back. The whole opening looks really good. And then, you know, Flynn with his, like, smug expression here with this goofy little painting. The fact that we can see who you're painting here on the side with Pooh and Friends. Very solid job. Beyblade. Week 39 of 4K here for Beyblade. As expected, as expected. Beyblade always puts together some impressive snaps, lots of details. If you take a note of the ceiling that we see here, there's all kinds of fun arrangements. From the vines, the hanging fabric, and then the backdrop, we see these, like, yarn threads also kind of overlaying on the ceiling. And then we have these yellow lights hanging down. So everywhere you look in the room, there's loads of good detail here. And rank 12,214 got 2,500, which is still good. They said, well, I guess I should have brought in Rapunzel. Well, Rapunzel was strong. But I would say it's about more than that. There are snaps in the 4K range that don't have Rapunzel. When you do an indoor snap, you do have the opportunity to swap out your ceiling texture. And if you look at a lot of the indoor snaps that perform well, you'll see they have fun textures on the ceilings, the floor, and the walls. So my advice for you, Anne, is when you do go indoors with your submission, there's some great opportunities there to add some wonderful detail, even up on the top here. It's a good workshop. That's why you got 2,500. You know, 2,500 is good. There's also a lot of poses where the character is interacting with their environment. I think there's stronger poses than the pencil pose. Now, you know, the rank 2 submission, the rank 1 of the publics, but it's not the actual rank 1, was doing the pencil pose. But their snap was so strong that I don't think they needed a more competitive pose. Oh, it looks like Dreamlight Valley closed. Yeah, I'll just close it. I was going to pull up the public submission. But you guys have probably seen it already. It's very strong. They had some amazing color. They had this great waterfall scene kind of behind Rapunzel. It was very, very well crafted. So yeah, there were a lot of people that did some storytelling with their poses, which really helped. And then another thing is when it comes to doing indoor scenes, I would try to show a bit more of the room. So you'll see in a lot of these snaps that perform well, we can see, the walls are pretty wide here. They've kind of expanded the room size. And we can see a lot of detail within that environment. Also, something to note here for Anne is voters are... You will see snaps in 4K that have lighter colors. Wings of a Daydream, thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you. There's always something to learn. You and the community are very encouraging. Well, of course, my friend, of course. I mean, you make good snaps, Just don't, don't count yourself out or worry too much about it if you miss on 4K every once in a while. You're doing a great job. But what you'll see in a lot of these snaps is, most of the 4K submissions, there's a lot of bold color. Voters, on average, tend to be drawn towards vibrancy and strong lighting. So, I mean, there is a snap in here that's like mostly white, but it's using the Cruella decor, right? But I think with this scene, for the artist workshop, one thing that was really popular were the painted walls and the painted windows. We have these items in the game that are much more on theme with your overalls. So I don't think it's necessarily about Rapunzel not being here. I think you probably popped up against some snaps that had a bit more of those meta plays. Like what we see here with these painted walls in the back with all these different intricate details built into the walls. And, people showcasing a bit more of the room. I think those things are going to be a little bit more impactful there. Rapunzel's great, but there are other snaps that didn't utilize her that did very well. Carrie, rank 548 here. Very solid. Love the wooden walls, painted windows. You got some great positions on the avatar and the villagers here. The lane pose on the chair is really fun. And you got lots of good detail in the ceiling here. Good texture on the ceiling as well. M's got rank 68. Really good storytelling here. Voters love storytelling. And this is actually a strategy we talked about the day the challenge came out when we were talking about motifs and what kind of motifs you can use. Having Mirabelle kind of frustrated with this goofy painting. And then, the avatar giggling. Really good choice for the avatar pose. Kind of doing that Pluto pose with the giggle. I think we might have talked about that during the review. And then Peter Pan cracking up over here as well. Just lots of good storytelling, and I think that's why you got such a high rank here. I mean, the lighting and color is really nice, too. Rachel also got her highest rank ever, rank 223. Beautiful details on the ceiling. The lights look really nice. You have these painted walls. The avatar's hair is gorgeous, and you're playing the meta by having her close to the frame here. Very solid, very solid. Creeping, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Shelby did well with this one in the top 500 here. Shannon said got 2,500 moonstones. It's not the 4K I was aiming for, but I can say I can't say I'm disappointed. It's a lot better than I had been getting. Basically, the last time I got 4K was before they changed the tag rules. So I'd say it's an improvement. I also know I need to practice with lighting, as I think my final snap ended up still being a tad bit dark, which may be why I didn't get 4K. But in the end, as mentioned, 2.5K is the best I've done in a while. So overall, I'm happy. Thank you for the help. Well, I wouldn't say it's dark. You have great light coming in. It's more the saturation, the color. So like the sunset having to bring out the color really well. So getting adjusted with your sliders can be good. And then for the people that did these big open doorways, the ones that performed really well with the very wide openings typically played up things like rainbows and castles and waterfalls. You know, they had a lot of fun items in the bag. Overall, it's strong, you know, and I think 2,500 is great for that. You keep up the good work, you'll be getting 4K in no time. Beth Davis, aka, okay, so this one got 4K third week. Ranked 2,746. So excited I'm still on a streak. I thought the lighting was perhaps too bright, but it did good. Thanks to everyone that voted and Senpai for their suggestions. Yeah, the lighting could be very risky here, especially with the way the motifs don't share the similar lighting. Like if you look at Rapunzel's painting, it kind of fits in, but the motifs stand out. But, you know, when it comes down to it, it's really just going to, your rank, your results are going to be determined by what you match up against. So if you would have popped up against some of these other 4K snaps, the lighting could have cost you 4K, but that didn't happen here. It really just is going to come down to what you match up against. So, you know, just be careful with your lighting when it's this strong. All you have to do is make sure you don't have your lights right above these elements and they won't hit these light flares this way. Now for Lunaris here, this one did good. It got 4K, but it was at 71, which is the back end of 4K, which is pretty surprising because I thought it had really great lighting. Hey, thank you, Fallen Angel. Thank you for the direct dono, my friend. That is very kind of you.
Happy Reset Day.
1969 on the board, almost halfway on the goal here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Big goal 241 today. Appreciate the tip, my friend. And yeah, this was Lunaris' first indoor snap, surprisingly. So I'm glad your first indoor was able to get 4K. Overall, very solid, very solid. I think it's beautiful, though. I would expect it to rank a little higher, but you probably popped up against some pretty tough opponents. And a lot of people included more villagers, like they had pottery scenes inside as well. Like a lot of people were just, you know, delivering a higher level of storytelling. So it's possible you popped up against some of those, and that's why your rank got pushed back a little bit. But you still secured the 4K at the end of the day, so great job. Zombies ended up getting in the top 1,000 here. Very cool, very cool. Beautiful scene. That vibrant color, you know, like I said, voters are going to gravitate towards that vibrancy. Michaela, this is their first Dream Snap they've ever done, and they got 4K. That's cool. Right around rank 1,500 for this. But, you know, for this being their first Dream Snap, the way they got the light coming in from the windows, they have good light casting back here. They did a lot of things really well. And they also had, you know, they were doing a portrait of Vanellope, and they featured Vanellope, which was a good choice, good strategy. Taters landed around 3,500 with this one, another 4K snap. It's a very good workshop. Good layering on the motifs. We got the light coming in from the window. So Jessie said she threw this together really fast. And I think she was a little bit worried about it, but ended up getting in the top 500 with it. I mean, this kind of shows you right here that it's not about how much time you put into the snap, it's about the strategy. And the strategy in play here would be the really good lighting, that light casting from the orbs and the tangled lanterns. The choice in the wall and the way the light responds to that wall, the painted windows, the action shot of Rapunzel physically painting, and the storytelling shot of the avatar kind of reaching towards her paint set while she works on this project back here. So, you know, when it comes to Dream Snaps, it's not always about you know, dumping 8 hours into a photo. If you approach your scene with strategy in mind, you can put something together rather quickly and land in 4K. You just gotta be strategic. April. Oh, I'm glad this one did well, because this is really fun. This was a really fun build with the sculpting idea. Showcasing a bit more of the crafting bench here, I think, was a good call. And we talked about this too, like about, you know, sculpting Hercules and having Phil kind of, you know, interacting with it as well. This turned out nicely. I'm glad it got 4K. Silver tab, 15 weeks of 4K here. Not surprising at all. Beautiful workshop here. Eric being a bit disappointed with his project. Good shot of Rapunzel. And, you know, this is just very on theme for Joy here. I like the rainbow with the little Joy sticker. Very fun, very fun. Christine Marie says, I know how to post my snaps correctly. Thanks to Samantha, but unfortunately I didn't have this one saved in my gallery. I got 4K though. It was a close with rank 6144. Well, it's got great lighting. You know, I know it's a picture of the screen, so it gets a little lost, but we can tell the lighting is good, especially here at the front of the scene. I like that you layered a few or two motifs together with the blossoms and the fairy godmothers. And you got a good villager presence as well. The painted walls, the painted windows. You have the alchemy shelf we talked about that could look like paint bottles. And then we have the painting table right in the foreground. So you have good foreground elements. Not only did you feature the painting, but you also have, you know, some fabrics in the back and outfits, and Daisy working on that. And even like a little fruit display here for your art students. So lots of good strategy here. Not surprised it got 4K. Well done. Breezy got rank 16 here. Very nice. Again, you know, something we talked about. We discussed this was going to be a very strong play. Having the storytelling element of this goofy Mirabelle motif with the hair all frazzled and Mirabelle not being super happy about it. Stitch laughing down here, kind of pointing at her. Very, very solid. Yeah, most people I saw that utilized this strategy performed really well, actually. Left Sharks did end up getting a great rank here in the top 1,000, right around rank 900. Color vibrancy was really strong here. Lighting was really strong. These things are super important. Diane right around the top 500 with this one. Great job with like the paint splatter on the face. Highlighting the subject you're painting in the back. And I love the storytelling with these two. Like, Flynn's really proud of the capybara, and Rapunzel's like, are you sure that's capybara? It's just really fun. You got the fabrics on display, too. Overall, very solid. Great job. Gemma kept her 4K streak. Catterday, I was pretty excited to see this one did well. Catterday Girl got in the top 500, their best rank ever, rank 486. And we chatted about this one a good bit because they had a couple of different concepts they wanted to do, but they ended up embracing the sculpting idea. And I like the idea of the pickaxe because it works well with this big Hercules sculpture, you know, kind of chipping away at that, and the little bits of stone on the ground. The weathered floor works really good for the workshop vibe. So yeah, you made a really good workshop. You have a great texture for the ceiling, great texture for the wall. It kind of fits with what you would expect from like a sculpting studio. So not at all surprised that this was in the top 500. Well deserved. Nels Bells got in the top 500 as well. Ranked 319 here with this one. Beautiful scene. Really nice color. Great workshop vibe. Bethany got rank 1 this week with the outdoor concept here. Great workshop, you know, highlighting the paintings, hitting the lean pose here. And again, as discussed, this concept for Mirabelle and Flynn, this just works really well. Voters really, really enjoyed the storytelling here. This is why we always talk about storytelling and just how strong it is. But yeah, we talked a lot about this concept and how strong it could be. And I think that really, you know, I think this played a big role in performance here. But you also had really nice lighting. You had a great style for the avatar. And you added some good texture to your walls in the back, getting these kind of blossoms to break through the walls a little bit. And you even have some of the tall, you know, the tall lampposts we discussed to get some extra detail in that backdrop. You did a lot of things really well with some of the tips we provided. And your vision came through exceptionally strong here. So well done, well done. Very cool to see a community member in that rank 1 position. We also have a community member in the rank 3 position as well. And Sweet Dreamer Casey's at rank 10. So here's another one. This one we see the magnolia blossoms piercing through the wall here. We have this beautiful opening in the back with the Corona Castle, and we see glowing algae and glowing lily pads, this little swan. What I really liked about Casey's build, one thing I thought was really clever, usually with these hanging lanterns, you're not going to get them this low, but what she did was she put the pocket ones that you get from Time Ending, I believe, she put them in bubbles. So these lower lanterns are in floating bubbles, and these higher lanterns are the ones that naturally float in the sky. But I think this was a really, really clever play. You know, it just added a lot of depth and dimension to the lanterns versus just having them in the sky. Really, really good idea there. But yeah, I also like the paper pecals on the backdrop. That's a really fun item with the different colors. The smoke bombs out the window just to make it even more colorful. The paint splatter on the face. This is a very well-deserved top 10 placement. Great job. Frozen Flamingo, 2,500 moonstones, ranked around 11,800. I know it's not my best work. I think I just threw it together in an evening, but it amused me, and it gave me enough moonstones to get everything I wanted from the shop today. Nice. I worked really hard on my Y2K snap this week, though, so I'm excited to see how that one does. Yeah, for a snap you put together quickly, I mean, this performed well. And you do have some good storytelling here, which is probably why you were able to secure that 2,500 position. These walls were very popular. It has a good artist workshop feel to it, and the lighting is nice. For Amber, 3rd straight week of 4K and a rank of 58. Very nice, very nice. Fun storytelling here. Crystal, 13 weeks of 4K. Thank you for the brush motif idea. It worked perfectly for what I was doing. I know I got a rant from you on stream the other day, but I want to thank you for reminding me that it's all about having fun and being creative. And yes, who knows what you'll pop up against. So I'll just continue with my own creativity and beauty factor and enjoying creating my snaps each week. Awesome job with the motif placement here too. Like, you really nailed the painting vibe here. And yeah, the lighting is really good. The color's really good. You have a great workshop feel with the sculptures in the back, the yarns and fabrics here. That fireplace with the kind of the Vincent van Gogh style painting in the back. I also like the lanterns to kind of break apart the ceiling a bit. Very well crafted snap. Caroline's back in 4K this week. Ranked 3,597. Honestly, the storytelling here is really good. I would have thought this would have ranked even higher. But you could have been up against some pretty tough opponents here. You do have some great light coming in from the window back here. But yeah, Mirabelle looking angry, and you... I just love the expression on the avatar here. But the storytelling is really good. Oh, Jennifer got rank 197 with this. I knew this one was going to do good. This is such a beautiful shot. And you did a great job getting some extra details in the wood patterns up here. But I love the action shot of you reaching for the paintbrush. You really nailed that. Likely one of the big reasons, that and the backdrop, that this did so well. Jenny here, also with 4K. Rank 1336. Playing up the meta close to the avatar. Good motifs. And some beautiful lighting in the scene. Really good action shot for the avatar here. It really looks like you're kind of working on the pottery. So great job there. And the workshop's nice. I love this spiral staircase in the back. That's a really fun touch. Lots of good details on the walls, which is great because it really helps to break up that white. And I love the bits of mud on the ground to kind of be symbolic of clay. And Gaston just, you know, he's trying his best with this droopy little project. And Mother Gothel's just kind of laughing at him. Flynn's over here cheering on Rapunzel. You had a lot of really good storytelling, a lot of great detail. The little music motif coming out of the radio is fun too. Largale 13, 4 weeks in a row of 4K, well done. Beautiful light casting in the room. Lots of great detail on the walls and even on the floors here. You're featuring multiple different types of art, which is great. You know, you have the painting here. There's the fabrics in the back with the spin wheel. You even have like all of these little plushies you guys are making with the crochet stuff, and there's like even some toys being made. Well deserved. Crazy Cat Mom got her best rank yet with a big 43. Another one of you guys in the top 100 here. Very well done. Love the customization on the avatar. Great lighting in the room. Some great light casting. Having Tinkerbell right here and in the painting was a great call. And a great action shot of Rapunzel here as well. Cozy Pixel Girly, rank 512. Second best rank so far. Well done, well done. Beautiful shot of the avatar. Really fun hair color, too. You managed to get all the motifs kind of squeezed into that frame. And a great workshop feel. You know, you got lots of good detail in here. Laura on a 7-week streak here. Big thanks for all the tips and tricks. They really help. Funky Phoenix. I like that you have Raja in the shot and in the painting here. Good foreground elements with the tables. Scuttle 4-week streak. This is a beautiful shot. I remember you were kind of torn between a few different ones. Model Newbie, thank you, my friend, thank you. Model Newbie with a hundo said, bits for the goal. You already passed mine, but giving myself a pat on the back. Got my highest rank yet. Did I pass yours? Did you mention that you got your highest rank yet? Because usually when I see that, I always stop. I'll have to go back and see if I can find it. Yeah, great job here, Scuttle. You had a few options for your secondary review, and I remember, you know, praising this one because I think you were worried if the action shot looked enough like you were interacting with it, and I think you really nailed it. But yeah, very well done here. Very well done. Let me see if I can find you. Is it this one? Highest rank yet? Was it this one here? Might have been this one. Yeah, I might not have seen that one. Oh, Tesha? So it's not that one. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah. Rank 4100, best one yet. Okay. Oh, yeah, here it is. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Weren't you the one that wanted to do painting minis? Wasn't that yours? And you had a few concepts. And I think we talked about you potentially doing like a class concept and bringing villagers in. Because I think your first concept... That's right. Yeah. I remember now. I think you might be one of the only ones that went with the painting minis direction, so I'm really glad it worked out. Not only did it work out, but you got your highest rank yet. That's awesome. Well, you did a really good job with the final product. You know, you got great villager presence, you know, very strong storytelling thanks to that. Everybody having their own little painting stand and you kind of being at the front as the teacher. And also, I'm glad you're facing away here because I think I was responding to... So one of our friends here actually got really unlucky this week, and their snap only got 600 moonstones, which is really surprising because it's actually not a bad snap at all. I think they popped up against some really good things. I saw it in the Dreamsnap hub. But they said, you know, I think in their initial post that, you know, they didn't think facing away would be that bad. And my response to that, I don't think that's what happened, really. You know, there is strength to facing the camera. Showing the avatar's expression can help with relatability. But if you know, for storytelling purposes, if you're facing away, you can still do well. Like I had a rank 2 where I wasn't facing the camera. So in this case, you know, I think facing towards the class was a better choice. But yeah, the items on display in the back and the clear indicator that, you know, we're painting minis. I'm really glad to see that this concept ended up coming together for you. And also the light coming in from the windows is really nice. I think voters love to see that for indoor builds. The alchemy stand back here to kind of mark your painting items. Extra bits because no one gets my name right. And sorry, I didn't mean to make you go back. I just wanted to say thanks. No, you're good. I wanted to find it. Because, yeah, if you got, you know, anytime somebody sets a new record, I like to take a look at it. I don't think I saw it on yours when I was scrolling through. Yeah, and I'm glad we came back to look at it, too, because, you know, I remember we worked with yours. We worked with you on yours a good bit, you know. And you really did do an outstanding job with the final product, you know. The first concept was good. I mean, it could have potentially gotten 4K, but it was risky simply because a lot of the snaps out there have a lot of storytelling presence, and if you pop up against them, it can be quite tough. And then the other thing is, you know, you want the theme to be extremely clear, so making sure that the paints and the artistry tools are on display was going to be big. And you did such a good job setting it up. Like, this ended up coming together really well. And you also have some great light casting with the little geometric lights up here and the hanging orb lights. You're able to light up the room well. You have some good light coming from the windows. And yeah, I like the inauguration ribbons in the back to kind of seal off what you guys have finished painting. So just a really, really well-crafted scene. But yeah, super cool to see that the minifigure painting ended up working out for you. Uncle Ron said 1.5 movies, which I'm happy with since I haven't been playing. Literally just put 5 minutes into it. Well, that's a fun thing, you know. Like, when you're... That's why I'm always telling people, don't, you know, if you can, avoid submitting just a random selfie, even if you feel like you don't have the best items for the challenge. Because if you put even 5 minutes of work in, there's a good chance the minimum you'll get is 1,200. You know, if you're on theme and you just place a few items, So even if you're a new player and you don't have like a lot of this stuff, or if you only have 5 minutes on a given week to like put something together, this is a good example of like how you can benefit from that. You know, Uncle Rod, they didn't really have time to bring in villagers or add a bunch of foreground items or add a bunch of details. They went to a room, they put up the walls, they added a couple of lights, they put up a backdrop, they dropped a canvas, and they posted an outfit and managed to get 1,500 moonstones. Those things just take a couple minutes, you know? So that's a good example. Daniela here. Highest rank ever, rank 147, first time in 4K. Very happy. Did not expect it after getting 2.5K for a snap I really like this week. Well, you never know. You know, you never know what you're going to pop up against. So even if you really like a snap, doesn't always mean it's going to get 4K, because you might pop up against some really good snaps. But this is beautiful. You know, you're indoor, but you're not showing a ton of ceiling. You've got great detail in the ceiling. You've got Rapunzel in her action shot here. You've got your artistry set right at the front of the scene. And then you have all your paintings, your shelves. Not surprised that you got a great rank here. Sarah here got rank 182, so thank you for the tips and tricks. Awesome job here. Really fun color. We have like the Hercules statue in the back, Phil's presence, Sally over here with the fabrics, and a really good feature of the avatar. I don't think we're quite back where we were just yet. Sierra here said, grateful that my streak continues. It was a good call to go back to the darker ceiling with the geolights for sure. 4K, ranked 346. Dreamy Dewdrop. Nice. Well, I'm glad it worked out for you. The reason we wanted, you know, we were big on the darker ceiling texture is it's going to prevent as much light flare from these geolights. And you already have like a lighter wall, so that darker ceiling just helps complement it instead of kind of making the entire scene very bright. But I'm glad the snap performed very well. A beautiful top 400 submission. Well done, well done. Tazzy said, I got 2,500, rank 8730 this week, but I'm not disappointed because I struggle on indoor snaps. Other than 1.4K, this is the best I've done on indoor snap. They can be tricky. You know, indoor snaps are one of those, you know, if you're not accustomed to them, if you don't do them often, it's something that, you know, it's practice makes perfect, really. So other things that can be really good for you to consider for future indoor builds, April, if you want to, you know, continue improving on them. Windows can be super useful. As you've seen in many of the indoor snaps, a lot of people have windows, and if you change your time of day, you can have light coming through those windows. In my lighting tips video, we actually discussed that, about how time of day impacts indoor lighting, and you can actually get some great light pouring into the room from the windows. Against the right things, this could have ended up getting 4K. But you have some good light casting. You have some good color. We talked about indoor snaps a lot more this week, so hopefully some of the tips we gave, or I should say last week, when we were talking about, you know, the arcade builds. One thing that's very popular with a lot of indoor snaps is your balance. So if you can have the room set up to kind of show an even amount of weight on each wall, and a lot of details, and also having like some good details in the ceiling, and still showcase a lot of the room, it can help you still land in 4K even when you match up against other good snaps. Balance just has a really good history within snaps, so not every snap in 4K is going to be balanced in this method, but most of the ones that are, that have good detail and good lighting, tend to land in 4K. Kind of like Beyblades for this challenge, or Mamadukes for this challenge. You know, they're very consistent. Alana, rank 1175. Wonderful, wonderful. It's a beautiful scene. Great lighting, great color. Oh, this is pretty cool. I didn't see a lot of nighttime snaps. Rank 35, 39. Really love making this one, even though it's a simple snap. I fully expect to get less than 4K because it's dark, but it's exactly my vibe. Well, I don't think it's dark. Like, it's nighttime, sure, but look at how bright the moon is. Look at how bright the grass is. You've cranked up your character lighting. You have glowing elements. Nighttime is nighttime. Nighttime's naturally going to have darker pockets than daytime, but what we discuss when we talk about nighttime snaps, the key to making them work is to use the night to your advantage. So, doing things like playing up the fireflies here to get these beautiful sparkles in the sky, playing up the glowing mushrooms and these large glowing mushrooms, playing up the moon. You know, this snap is very well lit. When we talk about a dark snap, we're talking about snaps that don't have good lighting at all. Just because a snap's taken at nighttime doesn't make it necessarily a dark snap. Look at how strong the lighting is on the avatar. Look at how strong the lighting is on the moon. So, when it comes to night snaps, like, you could say this is darker, right? Because we can't really see the colors of the castle. We can't see as much of the details on the waterfalls here. You know, but it's how you use that darkness. And, yeah, nighttime snaps are always going to be, quote-unquote, darker than daytime snaps, but that doesn't mean they can't still be well lit. So, your character lighting, elements that put off a bit of light, like these fountains, and then things like the stars in the sky or the aurora or that moon that you had. So this is not really what I would consider a snap that's too dark. When it comes to snaps that are too dark, they're almost always daytime snaps. It's usually people in the daytime that are like, there's a bunch of shade on their snap. There's just not good lighting. So nighttime snaps can perform very well, you know? You just got to use that nighttime to your advantage, which is a bit more technical. I would say the riskier thing is that it's not as much of a workshop as many of the other snaps.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Yo, Tazzy. Thank you, my friend. Tazzy with the very generous bit bomb. We are now officially over halfway on the goal. That is wonderful to see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But as we mentioned when we discussed this challenge, not every voter is going to be very particular about the workshop thing. I recommend doing it just in case you do get picky voters. But with the challenge being called Getting Artsy, as long as you're getting artsy, you got a shot at 4K. Olivia here, ranked 2664, says, love what you're doing for this community. Oh, thank you, Olivia. Wow, that's really cool. I like that you're using the eco buildings in the back. That's fun. Great artist workshop here, almost like a teacher in the class. This is fun. I love Sadness here. Sadness's crying animation is just so fun. It's so fun. I know it's kind of like mean to just love Sadness being sad, but like it's probably my favorite thing about Sadness. Like I love these kind of interactions. Sorry, give me a second here. There we go. All right, that's better. That's better. Dang, Catherine. Rank 30. First time in double digits. I'm in shock. I tweaked it based on your suggestions. Thank you for the feedback. Awesome. Well, very well done here, Catherine. Congratulations on the double-digit rank. Not only top 100, but top 50. Look at that. Look at that. Well done, my friend. I mean, you had great storytelling here, and I think you did such a good job, you know, clipping some of these magnolias through the back walls, just add even more texture to them. You had some nice openings on both sides, some beautiful greenery. Very well done, Catherine. Very well done. Congratulations. Kristen here, ranked 2526. I need to work on my pose more, but I was having so much trouble with this one. Happy to have ranked high enough for 4K. well, not only did you rank high enough for 4K, you were not even close to missing out, I think the 4K cutoff this week was somewhere in the low 700s, like maybe 73, somewhere around there, 74. So, I mean, you had a lot of wiggle room. But it's a good studio. You're showing a lot of the room. You have a really good balance. Like we see almost the same. I think we actually see the same amount of wall on each side. You have the painted windows. You have some good light casting. And you did a really good job with the ceiling. One thing a lot of players make the mistake of when doing an indoor snap is they'll show this much ceiling, but it's mostly just bare ceiling. They'll have like maybe a light here and a light here, and that's it. But the fact that you brought in the vines, these hanging honeycomb lamps, the tangled lamps behind those, you just had a lot of good detail in there. I am always too late to submit mine for review, but figured I'd share. It was rushed and felt incomplete, so I'm grateful. I ranked 1948. Well, even if you weren't able to add a bunch of the details you were hoping to, I think what carried you to 4K here would be the great storytelling. Ralph kind of be disappointed with his crafting, Maui posing with his statue, and then, your character kind of doing an action shot with the painting. I think storytelling definitely carried you on this one, and your lighting is really good too, by the way. So even if you don't have time to add all the details in, most people don't put this much effort into their snaps. So even if you didn't get to do everything you wanted to do, it's still going to have a strong chance of performing well. If the two most important things in a snap challenge are going to be the theme and the lighting, that applies to night and day. The way, whatever you're using to showcase the lighting in your scene. So if you're in a darker place, your character lighting is extremely important. Stars, moonlight, glowing items. And for daytime, the sun behind the camera, especially sunset time of day for this beautiful saturation. But your lighting is so good, your colors are so good. Sure, you weren't able to add in a lot of the details you were hoping to because you didn't have the time. But I'm not surprised this got 4K. And with a rank of 10,061, 2,500 moonstones. Thought it was funny being yelled at by Cruella, but no Rapunzel in this one either. It's from my flower room house, so I did not spend any time on it. Well, there's... Oh, yeah, we do have Rapunzel in this one. Yeah, Rapunzel is in a lot of snaps, but I don't think you absolutely had to have her to get 4K. Like this one, for example. This snap doesn't feature Rapunzel, and it's at rank 2,664, and this is just one of many examples that don't have Rapunzel. So it's not necessarily about Rapunzel. I think in this case, it's a really pretty room, but rather than it being the lack of Rapunzel that held you back, the motif expanding outside of the easel frame, like if you put the easel a little closer, you could have fit this motif in. And then you also have an opportunity for a little bit of light casting in some of the pockets. It's a beautiful room. But the other thing is, with the challenge calling for an artist workshop, you might have gotten unlucky and gotten some voters that wanted to see a bit more of a workshop vibe. So I think if you would have included the painting table with the brushes, the paints, that would give it more of a workshop feel. But the fact that you just used a room you already had, threw on an outfit, put the easel down, and put a motif on it, and then included Cruella and still got 2,500 is actually good, considering you just reused something you already had. That's not bad at all. But yeah, I don't think it's the lack of Rapunzel that was the problem here. Casey, rank 5366. Beautiful lighting, great ceiling choice, some good details on the ground here on the floor. Using a lot of the strong items we discussed. Very nice. Aaliyah here, close to the cutoff at 4K, cutting it very close here, but you did pull out with the 4K. Rank 7199. You have the painting tables, right? That's super clutch here because it really helps to give it that artist workshop vibe. And then the fact that you have the alchemy shelves here, because these look like little paint jars. You know, that's why we talked about this item in the video. I think what, you know, you still got 4K, but I think what could have helped you secure a little bit of a higher rank to just make sure you don't fall close to 4K or close to 25. You have a good bit of ceiling here. I do love the geometric lights, but perhaps some vines here would have worked really well, because you have this greenery on the painting tables with like the flower buckets. A little bit of vine at the top could have played really well with that green, and you have these vines growing on the alchemy shelf, so that extra vine action on the ceiling could be really good. And then this is also why we want to be wary of the wider walls. You have a nice dark ceiling texture, and you have this nice deep purple rug. I think if you were to use those very popular painted walls and those painted windows, I think it would have, you know, vibed even better with your painting concept here. But you still got 4K. These are just things that could take you from 7,000 to 3,000 or 2,000 potentially. Lisa, rank 1466. I wasn't able to finish making my scene bigger, so I had to stick him into the original. I stressed all week about it. Thankfully, I lucked out. Well, I wouldn't really call it, you know, lucking out. I mean, this has a great chance at 4K because you have good storytelling, you have a good shot of the villager. You know, it would actually just be heavily unlucky if you popped up against snaps that had, because most snaps are not that great. That's the thing. That's what you have to remember. Most snaps are selfies, random quest photos, and hastily thrown together snaps without a lot of detail. Your snap has really good light casting on the character, on Vanellope, coming out of the windows here. You know, you have some good storytelling, you have a good pose. So this has an extremely high likelihood of landing in, I would say it has a great likelihood of landing in 4K. So if you would have missed 4K, so I don't think this is lucky, I think this is expected, but the unexpected can happen as well. And if you did pop up against snaps, you know, on average, like if the average snap you matched up against were snaps that featured, you know, a good look into the room, like if we look at somebody like Beyblade or somebody like Mama Dukes with some of the indoor scenes, or like Dreamy Dewdrops here, like this one's at, you know, around the top 400, and it's the depth of field, because we get to see so much of the room, we get to see additional characters, we get to see additional storytelling, we get to see the vines. If you pop up against stuff like this, then, you know, you will likely end up missing out on 4K. And that was the purpose of the advice. So, but your odds of popping up against stuff like this are slim. It's just you never know what week that's going to happen. You never know. So it's not something to stress about if you don't have time to apply the changes we're talking about. We're just talking about how you can make your snap even more competitive. What you have to remember is that most snaps you're going to be just fine against. Like, this will beat most snaps without an issue. But if the algorithm doesn't favor you on that week, and you pop up against really good snaps that do offer a little bit more storytelling, they do offer a little bit more depth of field, then you could end up missing out on 4K. But it's definitely not something you need to stress out about. And it's also not lucky that this did good. It did good because it's a good snap. It would just be unlucky if you popped up against some high-tier snaps that have good depth of field. Tatted Galaxy said, I tried using and fixing up my Cruella room from the Crafted with Care challenge, hoping I'd get more than 1,500 this time, but I got 1,500. Well, it's a really fun room. I think what you know, one of the big things this week is for a lot of people, one thing we recommended was it could be a strong play this week to highlight multiple types of art. So since it's an artist workshop, you know, you can highlight fabrics and painting and sculpting. You can make an artist workshop featuring all these different types of works. There were some fabric snaps that got into the 4K, but they are a bit more rare this week. The other thing is I would be very careful with item redundancy. You know, these lights, of course, work very well in your scene, but you can always mix in one or two other forms of lights that also play well with the environment. And there's things like the meta of getting a bit closer to the avatar. But yeah, against the right things, this could have gotten 4K. There's just a lot of snaps out there that display multiple types of art. I see mags here. We'll talk about that one in a second. And what I mean by multiple types of art, if we look at Bells here, you know, we have painting, we have fabrics, we have sculpting. So we have 3 different types of arts in this workshop. Now for mags, wasn't a great week for me. I got 1,500 for this. I probably should have gone with my painting idea. I didn't have time to edit for the second submission, but I did make changes to my avatar's original pose and a couple of other things. Well, overall, it's a pretty fun workshop. I think it, you know, you captured a lot of different types of art here. But I think one thing I would advise being very careful about, Maggie, sometimes less villagers is more. Sometimes less is better. What you want to avoid when using villagers is having them a little cluttered like this. This is very heavy with villagers in this pocket. I think you could have gotten more value out of this scene if it was, you know, just one of these fashion-forward villagers over here with the spinning wheel. Like if you just did Sally with the wheel and the rest of this was visible. Like if we didn't have Minnie, we didn't have Mirabelle, we didn't have Daisy, and we didn't have Cruella. Like you could just do Sally over there. Because your storytelling with your villagers is going to be a little bit more impactful if they're not kind of confined together. But the workshop was good. I think the abundance of villagers may have hurt you here. And then with the pose, it's kind of harder to see you getting artsy. Like maybe you're trying to reach for the pillow, but with you being a bit further back, it looks more like you're trying to break up a fight with like Minnie and Mirabelle. Like Rapunzel's getting artsy. You know, she's painting. But what you see mostly this week from people that perform really well, the snaps that kind of show people interacting with their art or engaging with their art are performing the best. Or just displaying their art, you know? Like if you look at a lot of these, like this one here got ranked 248. The fact that she's kind of leaning on the easel with paint on her face and paint on the overalls, and we see the paint here at the front, and it's just one villager. So using villagers for storytelling is great, you know? It's great. Voters love to see it, but if, you know, what you want to avoid is making that story hard to understand by using so many of them in one spot. So if you look at a snap where I have a lot of storytelling, what you should be mindful of in this snap is how broken up it all is. So on the right, we only have 2 villagers. Scar is creeping up on us. Gaston is facing him head on, you know. And then we go over here. Jafar is clearly eyeing this relic. Nobody's right on top of him or directly around him. Sully has his eyes on Jafar. He's creeping out of the fog. Flynn is kind of stuck in this spider web, and Pumbaa is worried about him. And then for the last villagers, Donald, Timon, and the Avatar, of course, have their eyes on this fabled relic. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 villagers and the Avatar. But this is a much bigger scene. The background is much further away. There's a lot more room to play with. So with this wall being so close, it's a little crammed. So just be careful, you know, like more villagers doesn't mean a better rank. Sometimes you'll get a much better rank using 2 villagers as opposed to using 8 villagers. it really depends on how much room you have to tell those stories. There's not much of an advantage here to try to bring in all the fashion-forward villagers into this one pocket. I think you likely would have gotten a better rank if, you know, we could have highlighted you interacting with some kind of art. You know, the painted overalls and painting was very popular. And so was pottery. Like with the pose you're doing, if you had like a pot in front of you and you were helping, you know, or you were sculpting it, that could work. And then just one villager over here. That way we could see the fabrics. We could see the painting table here next to Rapunzel. We can kind of see the details on around your workshop, like the sewing machine, the spinning wheel. But a lot of that is kind of covered. And it's a shame because, you know, you put a lot of time and effort into your scene. You got these great magnolias kind of clipping through the wall to add good texture to the wall. You've got some great workshop elements with like the pottery going on back here and the little spinning table here. But, you know, Vanellope dancing doesn't really tie into anything. She's just kind of there dancing in a crowded space here. Your avatar's pose looks more like you're interacting with the back of Minnie's head than interacting with art. And she also looks kind of shocked. And then again, you know, the crowding of villagers here. So, for a scene like this, right? Like I made this arcade. I summoned a bunch of villagers. And I could have used way more. But I focused only on using small villagers and a couple of medium villagers and then, you know, these two dancing. So, I mean, I could have had villagers back here, but they would be kind of blocked by my body. The way I play it each week when I use villagers is typically I want to make sure all of them are very clearly visible. They all have a bit of space. If you play it that way, you'll likely see much better performance. Like in this shot, you know, we can clearly see Tigger thinking about what prize he wants. And there's nobody kind of around him to obstruct that. The avatar's arm goes over him, but we can still see his head. Selling the prizes, exchanging prizes for tickets, of course. We have Scrooge, our local, you know, businessman, and Goofy, our local merchant. And they both have, like, kind of a fun style to them. Scrooge with the shades, trying to look cool. Goofy with his great Goofini outfit, you know, feels very arcade-worthy. Sadness is crying here with a dropped popsicle. Nobody immediately around her. You know, we're trying to make sure this comes through. If we put more villagers in the surrounding area, it's not gonna be as potent. And then towards the foreground, you know, we have Vanellope gawking at these two just hitting the dance moves. Peter Pan is back here, very sad that he can't win his little claw machine prize, and Stitch is having a great time playing skee-ball. But what you'll notice is that they're all spread out across the scene. And I could have used more villagers, but you see, that's the problem. If I put a villager back here on this arcade machine, now it's just covered with, I'm covering Merlin, and we don't get to see these beautiful colors from the pillar. If I put another villager back here behind Tigger, now we don't get to see this awesome jukebox. So, the details in your scene are often very important. You want storytelling, but you want it to be very clear, very visible, very easy to appreciate. And if we look at this artsy snap here, you know, that's why it's just Aurora on the spin wheel. Because her dress is kind of flowing, you know, it gets this kind of beautiful animation. She looks at peace, like she's having fun. It's a good action shot. And then we have Vanellope and Tinkerbell both praising the artwork. And lastly, we have Rapunzel kind of painting off to the side. And then on our back path, we put Mirabel back here. But what you'll notice with all of these villagers is that there's a lot of space between them. Now, for a very big event, like a festival or a world fair, it's reasonable to have way more villagers, you know, like to really bring that event to life. So on things like this is where you'll want to pile in a lot of villagers, but even when you do this, you want to be very careful. if you want it to be well received, the key is to make sure like everybody's face is visible, that nobody's really just blocked, because then it just looks like layers of villagers and it just gets too cluttered. But when you can see everyone's face and nobody's really fully blocked by somebody else. Like I even had Anna right here just because you could see her in my armpit. And then we have Kristoff, Belle, Beast, Minnie, Mickey, Scrooge. So for big events, yes, lots of villagers is good. But for other things, less is more, And that's what we see a lot this week. That's also what we saw in particular with the Eco-Friendly Fun Challenge. A lot of people that used a high amount of villagers ended up seeing less performance. And I think it's because the more dense populations just didn't vibe as well with the eco concept, It was more about that connection with nature. So rather than highlighting Mirabelle, Pocahontas, Aurora, Wally, Eve, Timon, Pumbaa, Simba, Nala, and just putting a lot of villagers here, we focused on the 2 mentioned by name. We focused on 1 villager that would interact with nature. And then we only included Timon because I just had some empty space in the foreground and he counts as wildlife. So rather than using a pet and trying to lure a pet down here, it was late at night. I would have done a pet, but I just chose Timon because I was sleepy. So yeah, overall, I think this, with how well you made the workshop, it certainly had the potential for 4K. I think if you were to address the pose, like, let's say, you see this honey pot behind you? You have this honey pot right here. Right here. And it's just the right height to kind of be right in your hands. Like, if you would have taken this honey pot and that pillar, and you had that right here with you, and then you had a painting table in the foreground here, you could have been painting this honey pot. So there's ways you could have used this pose to showcase you interacting with art. And, I think that's one thing we talked about with your initial review was, really trying to dial in that pose to showcase that interaction. And the other thing is just be, be cautious with villagers. More is not always better. Sometimes, like in this pocket, just 1 of these villagers, I think, would have been better than all of them. But your lighting is good. You made a great workshop. This definitely had potential for 4K. And I think, the bright side here is that it's a great learning experience. Because you're learning a very valuable lesson here. Because there are going to be weeks where you'll pop up against some really good snaps, and I think that's what happened to you. I think you popped up against some good snaps, and having, kind of the crowd of villagers here made it hard for that storytelling reference to come through. But now you've learned about that. Now you've seen it in action. You've seen what can happen when you do have a lot of them, and when you do pop up against good snaps. So against the right things, you could have still got 4K with this, but there's a lot of good snaps out there. That's why we talk a lot about, how to design your dream snaps in a competitive way to appeal to voters. But it was a beautiful scene, I think you did really good with the workshop environment. Cameron said, not sure how I got 4K because I had no time and just submitted something quickly. I mention this all the time. This is why I tell people, instead of submitting a random selfie, throw something together on theme and you might get surprised. It all just comes down to what you pop up against. You did the theme. You have fun lighting. You may not be playing up the meta of having the camera close to the avatar, but you have a really good choice of wall, you have a really good choice of window, you have a painting table, it's clearly an artist workshop, you have a good villager presence with Rapunzel, and you even have like an action shot with the avatar. Sure, you're really far away from the avatar, and that often leads to not getting 4K, but you squeezed in there. You know, you're right about at the cutoff. So, you know, instead of just taking a random selfie or just submitting a quest photo, you didn't have time. You didn't have much time to make anything super crazy, but you put something together and it worked out. Should always try to submit something on scene. Now, here's the one I talked about that was rather surprising. This snap got 600 moonstones and ranked in the 70,000s. And Bria said, I'm sure it's because I wasn't showing my avatar's face. I would not be so sure about that. We've already looked at snaps today where the avatar was facing away. Model Newbie got their highest rank ever facing away, not showing the avatar's face. And another thing I think that's worth pointing out here is one of my rank 2 submissions, I'm literally facing away. And it's rank 2. So I don't think that's necessarily what happened here. Unfortunately, you know, it's a fun snap. It's a fun snap with the diorama creations and the way you paired the villagers with their dioramas. You even have Rapunzel painting. And you have good lighting. So 600 moonstones for this is quite a shock. That's quite a shock. I could see you getting unlucky and getting 1,500. Maybe even 1,200. But below 900 is pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So when it comes to Dream Snaps, it's always possible that you end up with a week where you literally just had the worst luck possible. It's like a 1 in a million thing. Think of it this way. There's snaps out there, like Cambria here said, I'm not sure how this got 4K because I had no time and I just put something there quickly. So this snap, they put it together quickly. They didn't have much time. And they got 4K. So this snap popped up against stuff it could beat. Enough for it to be in 4K. The other side of that coin is that it's entirely possible for your snap to consistently pop up against stuff it cannot beat. That said, it's a very low chance of that happening, but it is possible. There are a lot of very talented people out there. There's a lot of good snaps. And if you just keep matching up with them, you can end up getting very low results, unfortunately. Like I said, it is rather surprising. And I do have a suspicion that sometimes there's not enough votes going around for everybody. And if you miss out on some early votes, your picture kind of gets buried in the algorithm a little bit. I can't prove that, guys. So take it with a grain of salt. I don't have any proof of that. This is just based off of something I suspect. I suspect this because of things like this. I see things like this every once in a while. And if you look at other Dream Snaps in the 600 Moonstone range, they're nowhere close to this quality. And no, it's not because you're facing away. Because there's plenty of snaps that are facing away. Now, there is an advantage to showcasing the avatar's face. There is. Because you show emotion, you show joy, you show pride, you show, anger, whatever emotion you want to show, it can elicit a response from the voter. And what's fun is that you're making this Stitch on a pile of socks, and we have Stitch with a pile of socks here. You're modeling the diorama after him. And you have some good storytelling with Flynn making this giant dragon, Rapunzel making this masterpiece. So no, I don't really think it's, in order for you facing away to be the reason you got 600, that would mean like almost everybody would have to hate snaps where people face away. So we wouldn't see them in the 4K range every week, but there's always some in there. You just want a good reason to be facing away, and since you're actively working on a project, you do have a good reason. I think you just popped up against some really strong snaps. And I think your photo got buried in the algorithm. Like I said, I can't really prove that that's a thing, but I do suspect it. I think if on Wednesday, on refresh day, you immediately pop up against very high tier snaps, and that happens like 5, 6, 7 times in a row, eventually the algorithm thinks, okay, no one's choosing this photo. Let's show the other ones people are choosing. At least show them more often. And then this photo barely pops up again, leaving it to be stranded in the 600 to 900 moonstone range. I like I said, I can't prove that, but I suspect it. Because I see snaps that I just don't see them losing that many votes. Unless everything they pop up against is a top 100. Which just isn't very likely. So, yeah, I do not think at all it had to do with you facing away from the camera. I did discuss this, when we reviewed your snap, and I talked about how there's a lot of strength to showing the avatar's expression. But you can definitely get 4K while facing away. But yeah, it's just unfortunate, I did not see too many people making dioramas. The other thing is with the low angle, we don't get to see the painting table quite as well. And one thing that really makes an artist workshop would be those artistry tools. We can kind of see one glob of paint right here on the edge. But with the camera angle on the ground here, so you can get this fun diorama shot, it puts the camera very low, so we won't be able to have that painting table play as much of a role as it does for some of these other snaps. It was a good workshop, It definitely deserved more than 600. I really suspect this got buried by the algorithm. And likely because you popped up against some really good stuff early on. So don't be too hard on yourself, It's rather surprising, but it happens. It happens sometimes. Hydrate. I'm all out of drink, unfortunately. I did have a nice tasty beverage in here earlier, but I drank it all. Wag, thank you, my friend. Wag with the 2 gifted subs. That is very kind of you. That is very kind of you. No, Marky, we have not talked about the shop yet. I think we got distracted by Japanese commercials. Well, to be fair, that was only 6 minutes. It was only a 6-minute ad thing. So, we spent far more time on the snap process. 1,500 this week. Not surprised, as I felt like it was too brown/yellow. I need more work on indoor shots, as I can't help but struggle through them. Well, I think the colors are kind of fun here, but I think there were, for the artist workshops, there were some really fun wall choices that were a lot more popular. Like those painted kind of Tenga walls, and then the windows with the paint on them. There was also very popular outfit options like the painted overalls and such too. And then when you do an indoor build, don't forget about rugs. They can be really good to add some texture. As far as the brown and yellow, it is a lot of the brown, but it's a lot of the same texture in repetition because the whole floor space here, there's nothing to really break it up aside from a little bit of decor. So including some rugs in your indoor builds is definitely something you want to consider. You do have great light casting here, and you have good storytelling. So against the right things, this could have gotten 4K. And I think that was our last... Yeah, we're at the bottom of the list now. Nice. Aim for space. Oh, you got... Well done, my friend. You actually got 4K with a Cruella... like clothing build. So sewing outfits. A lot of these did not make it into 4K. But I think what helped you do so well with this is your room balance. Look at the weight of the walls on the left and the right. Look at this perfectly straight line for the ceiling on the back. Look at the fact that we don't see a lot of ceiling. Look at the foreground elements. So most of the builds I've seen that are solely fabric builds or solely fashion kind of had a hard time making it into 4K, but yours did. And I would say, you know, you're only using 3 of the lights here, so they're not super repetitive. You have a very good even amount of weight on each of the walls. You broke up the floor here in the front with the rugs. You have some great foreground elements. The drafting tables are a good touch. Yeah, very good job. Pretty cool you got into 4K with something that was a bit tougher to get into 4K with this week. And lastly, we have Scarlet's Shadow Valley here. This will be the last one we discuss. 2,500 moonstones. Rank 7786. So you did the crochet as well. It's a fun build. It's a fun build. So close to 4K, as you said. Very close. Against different opponents, you very likely would have gotten 4K, at least if a couple of your matchups were different. I think one thing that could have really helped you here would be 1 or 2 villagers, just to add some storytelling. Maybe somebody on this spin wheel, kind of utilizing the spin wheel. Oh, well, you do have Eeyore, so that's pretty fun. So you do have 1 villager. He kind of blends in with the stuffed animals. But yeah, somebody on the spin wheel could be fun. With Eeyore, he works, you know, with the rest of the stuffed animals. But a villager can help add an element of storytelling. And one thing we talked about with workshops, they have these key features. So a workspace, teamwork, and learning are all kind of key things to consider when creating an artist workshop. And that's what you see in a lot of these snaps. A lot of these snaps highlight these kind of things. So the fact that you have such a well-lit scene and you have a great pose for the avatar and you've made such a strong crochet workshop is the reason why you're so close to 4K. I think if you would have found a way to incorporate some of that learning or teamwork as well, I think you would have locked it in. But you probably had some tough competitors, and they probably had those elements. Hard to say, though. You know, it ultimately just comes down to what you pop up against. But it's a good snap. All right. Well, we've worked through all of your posts here. Well, we didn't look at every single one of them, but we looked at most of them. And we talked about the ones that were very curious about their results. Well, he is a stuffed animal, so that makes sense. Yes, exactly. He fits in well. The other ones just don't have a soul like he does. He has a soul. I would like to think he has a soul. Dreamsnaps will be flooded with will be flooded this week. Weekly routine to submit a Dreamsnap. Oh, well, that's good. That means it'll be an easier week to get 4K, you guys. Anytime there's a routine duty to submit a Dreamsnap, or a StarPath duty to submit a Dreamsnap, it's one of the easiest opportunities to get 4K because the number of submissions goes up drastically, which means the 4K bracket expands. On this challenge we just looked at, 4K cutoff was the low 700s. It was like 7,000s. It was like 7,200, 7,300, somewhere around there is where 4K stopped and 2,500 began. With the routine duty being due to submit a Dreamsnap this week, the cutoff will probably be more like 9,000 to 10,000. And there will probably be several, lots of extra selfies out there. Yes, he has a soul. That's why he's so depressed. Living is hard. That's fair enough. Fair enough. All right, let's head to a floating island so we can check out the premium stuff. I actually haven't looked at a lot of this stuff yet, so I'm pretty excited to see it. We'll go to... I don't know if I have anything on the Meadow Island right now. Okay. I like how I built this entire example scene and didn't use any of it. It was a good example scene, though, I think. This is why it always takes me so long to do my Dreamsnaps. Because, like, I make example snaps first. I don't get into my actual Dreamsnaps till a bit later. Just want to make some room here. There we go. That'll work. And if you guys are enjoying the content today, if you get good value out of the Dreamsnap results or the Dreamsnap tips, you can do me a big favor and consider supporting the content. We are over halfway to our goal, and we've hit the previous 240 consecutive goals in a row on this channel. So if we do miss today's, it's not the end of the world. We've been on quite the run. Quite the run. We'll miss one at some point, you know. It'll happen eventually. It has to. Nothing lasts forever, and that includes our current stream goal. All right, let's place these new items. Thank you, Creeping. Thank you. Greatly appreciate it. I'm very excited to see this new fence, actually. Oh, yeah, that clicks together nicely. But do we have, like, a good corner piece? Oh, I'm guessing this. Oh, wait, why doesn't that connect? What the heck? Well, that's stupid. What about this? This better connect. Yeah, this one has to. Okay, okay, thank goodness. I was about to be pretty upset with that. All right, so it looks like... Yeah, it looks like this pillar... Maybe if I rotate it, it'll connect. Let's rotate it. Okay, what about this side? Still doesn't really look too good with it. I guess this is designed to be more of a standalone pillar. But at least this connects very nicely. This connects perfectly. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, and this one's a little higher than the other one. Nice. So you get a little bit of layering action here. Okay. Very cool. Now I have this. Oh, it can go on path? Okay. I was kind of worried it would be one of those items that just will not work on path. Yeah, this looks really good. All right. Downside is you won't really be able to, like, you know, connect more than one of these because that big round stone base. But that's okay. And there's also a new house with this. The Frederickson Manor. We'll have to take a look at it at nighttime. What the heck? Yeah, that looks good. Oh, there's a back door too. Okay. Granny said, what is this from? Today's premium shop. We're on the premium shop review portion of the stream now. We just finished going over snap results. Christine, thank you for the 100 bits, my friend. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Johnny, let's go, brother. Thank you, thank you. Johnny coming to big 1,000. Thank you, my friend. Big 1,000 bits from Johnny. All right, we're less than 1,100 bits from goal now. Looking like we will probably keep the streak alive today. Thank you, thank you. Not entirely sure how I feel about this portion of it. Like, it's kind of... I'm glad it can go on path. Like, that's nice. And the manor... I mean, it does look a little bit bland. So if you're like... If you don't want to get this whole kit, guys, I think what I would recommend is this. Because you don't have to buy the whole kit. It's broken up into sections. I would say the best part of this entire kit to buy... Why did it do that? Is probably going to be... What is this game doing, bro? Let me scroll. This part. It's $17.50, and you get this really nice fence, and then these two end cap pieces. Well, this one's more like a standalone pillar. This one connects to the fence. And you also get this as well, which is, this one is kind of cool, but, you know, I think the fence is going to see some good utility. Ghost Girl, thank you for the 100 bits as well. Waterfall, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Now, I really want to try this guitar pose. And I already showed off this cat at the beginning of the stream. Same cat pose that we already have, but I love cats. Cats are probably one of my favorite things in the entire world. So, yeah, this is a no-brainer for me. I just adore cats. But yeah, it's the same pose we have for like Figaro and Dinah, so nothing new there, but a very different type of cat. I do want to take a look at the manor at night. I want to see if the windows stay blue like this when they light up, because that might be kind of cool, or do they turn yellow? Let's take a look at that to see. They stay blue. Okay. Well, that's kind of different. I kind of like that. That could be fun. Could be fun for like a moonlit snap. Yeah. Yeah, that could be cool. That could be cool. Not a lot of buildings in the game have blue light for the windows. So that's kind of a unique touch. Overall, though, the manor does come off a little bit bland, but I think that's just because of what it's modeled after. So now I want to check another thing with this fence set. Can the fence connect this way? Okay, it can. All right, that's good. That's good. So we could continue the fence if we wanted to on the sides here. Hey, Mama Nukes, thank you for the beautiful 420. Much appreciated, much appreciated.
Happy Refresh Day.
Same to you, my friends. Same to you. Muchos gracias, señorita. Muchos gracias. There we go. Yeah, we can make a little box. It clicks together nicely. I mean, we can even do a little pond inside of here with, like, the river kit. That could be super, super pretty. Here, let me just get rid of this real quick. I kind of want to try... I want to see how it looks with, like, a little pond inside of it. It might be too high. The fence might... Well, you can kind of see through it, but the fence might be a little too high. Also, got to add Mama Dukes' dono to the goal here in just a second. Too big. Too small. Just right. Oh, yeah. It's like the perfect amount of squares to fit the river kit in here. Let's go. And then we would just need the small... No. 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 I already clicked that one. No. There it is. Come on, bro. Cool. That's cool. I've been on top 1,000 in the last 3 weeks. For all 3 of them? That's awesome. But I don't think I'll get 4K next week. For the Y2K one? Dang, that actually looks really clean. Oh yeah, and you can see the water really well. You can see through this fence nicely. Did I favorite my water lilies? I did. Put some lilies in here. And we'll get some reeds. I was trying to make a pretty little pond inside of this fence. I just want to get a feel for how it's going to look. Oh, my river kit pieces are being a little bit of a pain in the butt here. All right, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. My new Y2K snap didn't submit. I changed it this morning, and it's still showing my old one. Oh, no. My recommendation to you, to any of you guys when it comes to snaps, I always do this because I hear about that happening all the time. Every time I submit a new snap, every single time, I go back to current challenge and I check submission. You might have to check it a couple of times for it to update. But if it hasn't shown the new snap within like 2 minutes, resubmit. And always save to your gallery first. That way, if it somehow doesn't upload, you can try to upload it once again from the gallery. And let me add Mama Dukes' donut of the goal real quick before I forget here. 41. Hello? There we go. 4169 plus 420 is... Oh my gosh, my computer's being weird. 4589. My computer's cursed today. Yeah, oh, I don't know why I needed a calculator for that. I didn't need a calculator for that. Could have figured that out. I'm just a little slow today. There we go. Okay. Hi guys, should I get the Seaside House or the Frederickson bundle? Well, I really, really like the Seaside House. I think the Seaside House looks a lot better than the Frederickson Manor. Like if we put them side by side. But the cool thing with the bundle is you get this really nice fence. And you get these kind of taller pieces. These little pillars. So right now we're playing with the new fence. I'm not a big fan of the manor itself, though. And that's like one of the most expensive parts of the bundle. So for $17.50, you can get all of this. You can get this whole set. But for $42.50, I think you also get the house. But I don't know. I don't think it has the best Dreamsnap value. It's just not a very good-looking house. I mean, I'm sure the way people create in this game, you can make this look good. I feel confident I can make this look good. But I do think there's better-looking houses. I will say it does go very well with this, like, fence and, you know, this whole set. It all goes together nicely. It's a nice little bundle, you know. I think it's a pretty good deal. Just not my favorite looking house. You know, we got some beautiful manors in the game, and this one just feels kind of bland. But that's just my personal opinion. Some people might really like the style. They might really like the way it looks. Whereas the Seaside Villa, you know, look at this thing. Look at the detail on this thing in comparison. It's got all this beautiful moss on it. The windows have a golden glow. It has gold rails. It has wood, like wood grain materials around the window frames here. It's got these beautiful orange flowers. It's got a palm tree. Like, look, but this is bigger. It's a bigger house. And, you know, like I mentioned, you also get this great, you know, fence set. This is a really nice fence. Like, this is probably one of the best little premium fences we've got in the game in quite a while. And this is kind of nice, too, but my only issue with it is that it's got a big footprint. I kind of would like it better if the round piece was its own item and the back piece was its own item. Like if this was two separate items, I think I would like it a lot more because then I could make my own circle out of it. But you can't because of that bottom piece. So if I try to put two of them together, it just doesn't work that way. Because I could have one back here, you know, and then we can make some kind of beautiful centerpiece. So it's a you know, a little limiting on what you can do with it. But yeah, the Seaside House is beautiful. I've used it in a lot of snaps. It's got this little animation too with the little windmill at the top and the little flags blow in the wind. And it's even got a little palm tree on the roof. Like it's such a pretty little house. Not to mention the windows put off that warm yellow light opposed to this kind of bluish white light that we see here. But the bluish white light could be very good for like moonlit snaps. The other thing is that this house does have a front and a back door. So that's kind of cool. All right, I'm ready to check out this new outfit stuff. So we got the new boots, the new country pop dress, and oh wait, is the acoustic guitar a ward? I thought it was an accessory. Oh, yeah, it is a back item. It is a back item. But I think you get a pose with it, too. Like, as long as it's equipped. Or does it have to be... Yeah, there we go. That's cool. Oh, yeah, this is going to be really good. Why couldn't they give us this last week, dude? Why do they always give us items that are really good for the last week's snap? For everybody that did concerts and stuff, dude, they always do this. They always do this. It's so funny to me. The house with the windmill is always in the shop. It's in the Seaside Royal Bundle. I do love this pose, though. I don't think they care about that at all, Model Newbie. I don't think that's the case. I think that the answer to the question is more of a rhetorical question. I'll give you the answer. The reason they don't give us all of these things is because they want to make sure players come back next week. So they won't give you all the cool stuff at the same time. I just think they should have held off on that challenge till we had this stuff. Like last week, we could have done this week's challenge. But they knew they would sell... the Hannah Montana stuff easier if they did a Y2K challenge. So that's why we had Y2K last week. We'll probably get some kind of concert theme this week, to be honest. Not this week, I mean, in the near future. But no, I don't think it has anything to do with overloading snaps with one particular concept, because, number one, a lot of people aren't gonna buy everything in the shop. Number two, if that was the approach they took, wouldn't it make more sense just to not put stuff in the shop that ties into the Dreamsnap theme, which is something they always do? Like for Fabled Relics, they put like the whole jungle set in the shop that week. So if their goal was to make sure snaps had more diversity, they simply would not put items in the shop that tied into the theme at all. That would make, that would make what you're saying like more accurate, is if they were taking that route. But no, they don't. I love this post though. This looks really good. Would have been great for all the people that did concerts though. Would have been great. Would have been great. I think most people would like that better, with the exception of Gameloft, because it's one of their marketing strategies, It's just one of the ways they incentivize purchases. They give you a Dreamsnap challenge, and then there's some stuff in the shop that just so happens to work perfectly fine for that challenge. So people that are new, that maybe don't have a lot of the other items, they'll say, well, I really want to do this theme. I don't really have anything good for it. I think I'll buy that item in the shop. Yeah, the hair is from my outfit from yesterday. It's from my Y2K look. But yeah, I really like this pose. This is cool. It's about time we got a musical instrument we could pose with. The boots are fun, but I rarely ever show my shoes, but I do like the boots. And this is a good deal. Usually, when it comes to outfits, You pay $17.50, and all you get is usually just like, you know, a dress, the hair, and the boots. Like, usually this is what we would get. But for no additional charge this week, you get a new pose. If they would do this all the time, I would love it. Imagine us getting a new pose every time we buy a new outfit. Never gonna happen, never gonna happen. But, like, just imagine. Just imagine, like, every time you spent $17.50, you got a new accessory and can do a new pose. But yeah, that's why this is such a good deal. That's usually not a thing. You know, last week, I think it's all part of the Hannah Montana, Taylor Swift combo. Because, like, last week we got the hair with a new pose. The funny thing is, too, if you wear the hair with this, you have access to both poses at the same time. I kind of like the hair I have on right now, but, you know, we can just do either pose now. I didn't check out this new hair. Yeah, that's pretty. Wow, that is really pretty, actually. So this hair also comes with it. So you get the guitar, you get the hair, you get the dress, and you get the boots. That's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice deal. $17.50 for all that? Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. All right, all right, all right. And he said it includes a pose or hairstyle, so worth it. I agree, I agree. Poses especially. I mean, hairstyles are really good too, but poses in particular are probably one of the most valuable things you can possibly get from the shop. This music makes me miss the old Animal Crossing days. I really like this, though. This probably, you know, decor-wise, this is my favorite thing in the shop this week, I think. I'm going to save that as a preset. Might use it somewhere. Can you test the meteor shower? Yeah, we did that last week, Sabzi. We did that last week. On refresh day. That's last week's item. I mean, I can show it to you if you want, but it's nothing to write home about. We talked about it so much last Wednesday. Let me see if there's anything else we haven't broken down just yet. I hate the new shop. How it does that every time. Yeah, we talked about the cat. We talked about the Country Pop Ensemble. We had some stuff coming back from the Oasis STARPATH. Oh, they kept this stuff in. So you get an extra week on the Popstar Ensemble and the Popstar Room Set. I have the Popstar Room Set pinned. Oh, when somebody asked about the Seaside Villa earlier, were you actually asking about the Sunny Coastal Villa? Because this is a really nice house, too. It has a lot of good detail and a little swimming pool. All this stuff in the shop this week is kind of here for the... Oh, did they fix the lighthouse? Oh, I think they did. No way. They finally fixed this item. No, I don't think I've grabbed the free Moonies just yet. Yeah, all of this works really good for the summer getaway kind of concept. You know, we have beach houses, the scuba gear, and this is a fun set too because this is animated, by the way, if you don't have this. It gives little bubbles. I love this headpiece. I wore this headpiece for the Summer Street Festival. And not only do you get the blue diving gear, but you also get the yellow and the red one. So this little island-inspired ensemble comes with a lot of fun stuff. The stylish sailor ensemble is really cute. I'm surprised that's come back already. I feel like we just got that when we got Eric, who's also already back. Princess Week. All right, some neat stuff in here. I didn't get these. The Seaside Villa is back. Also really good for this week. Wow, they loaded the shop with stuff for this week's challenge. Like, way more than normal. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff for the theme this week. Postcard Summer. It's time for your annual summer getaway. Are you heading to the countryside for a stay in your ranch, unwinding in your seaside mansion, or sharing canopies in your best friend's downtown penthouse? Probably going to be lots of variety this week. I mean, you can kind of see it with the demonstration photos. But I judging by what we see in the shop, it definitely feels like people will likely get pushed into... A lot of people will likely get pushed into a very coastal feel. Which is not a bad play at all because, you know, the beach and the ocean, a lot of people vacation to the beach in the summer. So I think that will be very popular. But you could do a ranch. You could go camping. There's like so many things you can do this week. So with whatever you choose, it's really more about focusing on making it beautiful, you know. I've actually never used my sunny coastal villa in a Dreamsnap. So I might actually use this week. Actually, I don't know. Mr. Star and Sky called it cannabis instead of canopies this morning. Share cannabis with your friends on your friend's downtown villa? Hell yeah, I will. That's awesome. That's awesome. The new fence will go well with it. That's what I was thinking. I think it could look good with it. The new fence is slightly darker in texture, though. It's slightly darker. Well, let's go to my... Also, if you're kind of chilling at the beach, it could be a great time to mellow out and play some jams on your guitar. You can have a little beachside campfire with friends. You can have some friends sitting in the chairs and you're just like jamming out with your guitar with like this beautiful like palm tree scene behind you. Are you guys seeing the vision? Yeah, beach bonfire with some like nice chill tunes. I'm liking the vibe. He said, I did a countryside ranch with horses. I did not want to do another beach scene. Well, I grew up on the beach, so I love doing beach scenes. Beachy Bliss was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 weeks ago. So, about 3.5 months ago, we had a beach challenge. It's about 3.5 months ago. Feels like it was more recent than that, but it wasn't. But then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 weeks before Beachy Bliss, we had Seaside Chic. So it's like once every 3 to 3.5 months, we get like a beachy theme. But yeah, you can do all kinds of things. I hate doing beachy themes. Oh, dude, I love beachy themes. But then again, you know, I spent a lot of my life at the beach. Waterville said I love beach themes. I'm a beach girl. Yeah, I live in Ohio now, so I'm pretty far away from the coast. but it's where I spent most of my life. So, I like it. I like it. Graceful Line said, Beachy Bliss is the start of my 4K streak, so I have a soft spot for it. Nice. Bethany said, Beachy Bliss was my first one where you helped me. Oh, nice. Can't believe it's already been 3 months since you've been helping me. Wow, time flies. It really does. I feel like the older you get, the faster time moves. But yeah, I'll probably do a few different, you know, kind of examples this week. I love the camping idea. I think camping could be super fun. But, you know, we've done beachy scenes like Beachy Bliss, but this would be very different. Like, if you're unwinding in a seaside mansion, that is not really anything like Seaside Chic or Beachy Bliss. The only common denominator there would be the setting is still coastal. But Seaside Chic was more about coastal charm, so like a charming little coastal community. Beachy Bliss was just about a magical beach. And it was also about hair. Whereas, you know, that's why I kind of want to create a beach scene this week. Or, well, not necessarily a beach scene, but I would love to do a coastal scene. Because I think the idea of having, like, that, you know, I've never used... I still have yet to use that beautiful seaside villa. Coastal villa mansion or whatever it is. And I think that could be fun. Could be fun to use. I mean, some people did use it for Seaside Chic. Oh, a modern sailboat. Dude, that would be really cool for water decor. I would love that. That would be awesome. Could you imagine Jack with his idol? He just runs around with his jar. Oh my god, like just the jar of dirt. He just like runs around with a jar of dirt. Dude, that would be so funny. People are saying they fixed the meteor shower. Oh, nice. Well, that's good because there was a lot of people unhappy about it. So let's see how it looks now. Let me go to nighttime. It's not really looking that different. Is the fix in the room with us? That's what I'm wondering. Who's people? Who are the people saying they fixed it? I don't see anything. Also, I would not expect a fix this fast. Typically, I mean, oh, think about this. Think about this. Author, where are you? Are you in your valley or are you on a floating island? It looks different on each. It looks different on each. You're in your valley. I guess you were not here. I'm guessing you were not here last Wednesday when we reviewed the item. So yeah, it's different in the valley. It's different in the valley. So let's go to the valley. I'll show you how it looks here. It still sucks. It's just that there's slightly bigger meteors. But no, it has not been fixed. It has not been changed. I want you to think about this. When they released the blue sprites in the premium shop, they did not show up on PlayStation, I think, or Switch 2 at all. They did not get fixed until 2 updates later. The same thing happened for the Shooting Stars item. There were these rocks in the sky, another premium item. It did not get fixed until the next update. So Dreamlight Valley doesn't just fix things immediately. It gets added to their list of issues, and then it'll be changed in the next update when the patch comes out. in order for the meteorites to change, we would have to download a patch because this is how they're coded. This is how they work. And it's not broken. It's not a broken item. It's just very underwhelming, right? Now, when you're in the valley, you'll see bigger meteors occasionally, like these. Like right here, you see all these. But they don't do that at all on floating islands. And even then, that's still really underwhelming. It looks like a real meteor shower, which, okay, cool. But it's a fantasy game with like glowing palm trees and like never-ending fireworks.
Notice me, Senpai. Notice me.
Zombie, let's go. And zombies, thank you, my friend, thank you. Mononubi with big 200 as well. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Thank you, guys, thank you. Zombie and Model Newbie, let's go, let's go. Big goal number 241 on the books. Another day, another goal, another new record. Samantha said, you're welcome, Senpai. Don't steal their credit just because you brought it up. I only did it for Sam. Okay, never mind. All right, well, you can have the credit, I guess. I guess this once. Damn you, zombie. Damn it. Damn it. I was trying to say no. So yeah, things like this don't typically... What was wrong with the White... Oh, wait. You guys didn't know? Dude, we talked about this like a million times. The White House... The lighthouse had a white base. None of its textures worked. Let me search light. I'll show you which part of it was messed up. So on this lighthouse... For about 3 updates in a row with no patches, they even put it in a Dreamsnap example scene broken. But none of this stone or green would show up. The textures were broken. So the entire base was pure white. It was just all on a big piece of white, if you remember. But it was like that for like 4 updates. How do you guys not catch that? Did you guys really not know? Maybe you didn't have the item. But yeah, it was bad. It looked snowy. I wouldn't even say snowy. It was just missing texture completely. Like at least with snow, they have like a little bit of white and gray kind of mixed in together, so it has texture. But basically the textures were just 100% missing. So these big stony pieces, it was just all blank. It was just blank white. But yeah, it was kind of a pain. It was kind of a pain. And it was, what sucked about it was that it was a premium item we paid for, and it was broken for like, they just ignored it for such a long time. Wow, I had one right here. I didn't even need to place that one. But yeah, they finally fixed it. They finally got the textures back. It only took, about 4 update cycles. And that's why I'm saying don't cross your fingers on the... don't go getting your hopes up about the shooting stars getting fixed, anytime soon. Like, if they are upgraded and made to be a little bit more impactful, it likely will not be until the next update, which isn't, like, too far away. But yeah, they're different in the valley, but still, it's still really underwhelming. Like, I don't really want a realistic meteor shower. I want, like... kind of like the Aurora, right? You put the Aurora in the sky and it changes everything. And they even nerfed the Aurora for this. Like, this is why they nerfed the Aurora, is to add these, environmental items. And in terms of Dreamsnap utility, it's just not very good. Wow, that one fell really close to me because it activated the Meadow variant, and then I went over here and it was like right on the water. So for Dreamsnaps, you would kind of have to just sit here and wait for like a good one, and they're pretty rare. Most of what you see with the meteor showers are just little lines in the sky. And in the valley, you'll occasionally get these really beautiful trails, but it's just... Okay, there's one. Yeah, that one was really fast. So in the valley, you'll occasionally get these really big, beautiful trails, but you won't get them at all on a floating island. Like that one. Look how pretty that trail is, right? Like, these look really cool. But capturing this in a Dreamsnap is tricky. Whereas the Aurora, it just keeps happening. So if they would just increase the number of shooting stars by maybe 10 times, where we just had it happening kind of all around us, I think it would be a lot better utility for Dream Snaps and just really cool to see as you navigated through your valley. Like right now, you'll occasionally see like a nice little meteor, falling, like one with a big trail that looks kind of cool, like that one or that one. But for the most part, the sky just remains pretty empty. And yeah, it's even a little more disappointing on a floating island. So if we go back to the Meadow Island, you'll notice those really big shooting stars are just absent. Now it's almost all tiny ones. You do get a couple little twinkly ones every once in a while, but as I pan around, you'll see that those really big ones that we were seeing in the valley they're just not here, and you won't see them at all. I think that might be a bug, because I don't, so maybe it is bugged, but even if they fix it, it's still just kind of underwhelming, unfortunately. Oh, dude, a stormy sky would be cool. Like, different lightning, because I don't really like the lightning we have right now in the game. Like, I'm not a huge fan of the way the lightning looks in, kind of the current thunderstorm weather. You can sometimes capture like a cool lightning bolt, but I would love like super bright flashes going across the sky. I think that would be awesome. Let me go to my beach island. All right, we've discussed snap results. We've discussed premium shop. And the lightning clouds look kind of bad too. Yeah, even with ultra graphics on PC, the clouds have always... I've never liked the way the rain or clouds look in this game. Some games, rainy weather is awesome to see, but in this game, it's like... In the early game, it was fun because I didn't have to water my crops, but like now I'm just like kind of over it. I really don't like going back to the edge of the island, but I kind of want to use the grass. It's the only time you want to go back to the back is for environmental purposes. Or I could do it... I'm not sure what I'll do for this week's challenge. I don't know yet. I do like the bonfire idea. What are you doing for your Dolly Parton snap? Yeah, I think I would want to use the river kit here I can always just add my own grass with the beach grass and stuff. We don't have much time left. Actually, this stream was supposed to end 22 minutes ago. But we're not in too much of a rush. We'll place a little bit of stuff here. I wonder if we should put that more to the right-hand side so we can see that fountain a little bit better. Yeah, but now we don't get to see those pretty palm trees, so that's another problem. We kind of get to see the fountains there. I'm just trying to make the villa look bigger. Maybe a different house. Trying to find something that matches the vibe. I mean, I could just go delete my Dazzle Beach so I can use 2 of them. But I'm not going to do that. I could. But I'm not. Orchard Villa. Oh, this would work really good with the new fence, too. Yeah, this has like the same kind of texture as the new fence. That's cool. Well, I don't want to see... Yeah, I don't want to see the Hercules horse. Okay, if we have it like that... Okay, yeah, that kind of works. That kind of works. That makes it feel a little bigger. That's a vibe. Let's grab like a nice tall dune tree. Oh, dang it, we can't really get one back there. Dude, I already... Immediately, I was like, what about that giant stone circle we literally just got? Brand new item. I'm like, I thought about that. Fun. Fun. Now we have a little platform for our bonfire. Hell yeah. We just got that. It's too bad it casts some big shadows, but that's okay. That's okay. It's perfect for the bonfire pit. That's awesome. This little speed build's coming up quick. I'm not sure if I'm going to use the fence for this build. Not entirely sure on that idea just yet. I love the bonfire pit here, though. That's super fun. Can I steal the idea of that circle thing on the bonfire? Yeah, dude. Yeah, for sure. Like, the whole approach here is just to give you guys ideas, you know. I'll probably be putting this build on YouTube for the, you know, for the video. So there's a lot of people that will not ask, that will just, you know, do whatever they see in the video. So, you know, what am I supposed to say? No, you can't. But like random people that don't ask can. Of course you can. Of course you can. Anything you see that you feel like could be helpful or cool for your snap, by all means, by all means. I don't own the rights to any of these ideas. I don't know if I'll do a double path, but I'm going to mess with it. Let's give it a look. No, I might not. I might do regular kind of path. Bonfire should be really good for this week too. Me seeing him use that path, and I'm finally able to say, yay, I have that now. Dude, I use... It's so funny. I've been dying for that path to come back just for you guys, because like so many of you guys ask me every time I use it. Like I don't think I've ever used that path without at least somebody being like, where do you get that path? It's so popular. Oh, dude, I don't have the other cool lake dock. Dang it. Oh, isn't this bugged anyway to where I wouldn't be able to put it on the river kits or something? It could be a pretty cool boardwalk for the backdrop, though. I might do that. The path is only for PC. Yes, this is true. The path does not exist for anybody that's not on PC, unfortunately. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, guys. Don't shoot the messenger. It's just the way Gameloft made it, you know? It's just the way the game is. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Why the heck can't I put this here? What the frick? What if I turn it around? What is going on? Okay, what if I use another one of these? What? Okay, so... Wait a minute. Now you're totally fine with it? What do you mean? What are we doing? What are we actually doing here? I'm kind of bummed out. I slacked on the last event. Why won't this connect? I guess it just doesn't. That's stupid. Oh, I think this last side can't connect with anything. Well, it's okay. My avatar could be there, so it's whatever. Yeah, she'll hide that spot. And then I can just do water behind that. The frick? I don't have any more of those. I'll have to go buy more of those. Yeah, then we get some villagers chilling with us at the bonfire. Hi, I love this house. Oh, nice. You mean just the house in general or the build so far? Because it is a nice house. I don't know if you like my take on it or if you just like the house in general. You know, like that's fine if you do, you know, if that's the case. I wonder if we slap this right here, it could hide that, the fact that that one just kind of ends. Little Oasis house in the back. Oh, dude, hell yeah. Oh, yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. We figured it out. Now our little dock leads to that. Dude, that looks so good. What the hell? We just need to go... Is that thunder? Is that thunder right here? So much for my evening bike ride. I'm tired of it storming so much, you guys. I'm fed up with it. We just got to go buy some more river kit pieces. But dude, we built this scene in like what? How long did that take? That was just like a couple minutes. It's probably like 10 minutes. And we already have a pretty good concept here for our oceany vacation. Our summer vacation. And we built it by combining 3 different houses here. I love the way it turned out. So we got the Athens villa, the little coastal villa, and the Oasis house. This does feel like quite the summer postcard destination for sure. Let's go to the Scrooge shop so I can buy my Gotta go buy my Something in Arizona. I'll happily take some storms. Well, yeah, you are kind of in a desert. But if you weren't here, you know, I think it was 2 weeks ago, I lost power like 4 times. Oh. New Caprice. So, you know, it's not just yay, rain. It's like, oh, you know, probably going to lose electricity again. It was not very fun. Come here, Scrooge. Furniture, all, let's find river. Wait, did they really give us 9 of those? What the heck? Is this the big one? It looks like the big one. Let's get like 10 of them. Yeah, that's the one I'm out of, so it's got to be the big one. Wait, how come the big one is like the same price as like the smaller ones? Doesn't seem very fair. Can we put the docks on the river kit now? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they fixed that yet. I would look on their socials to see if there's anything about it. Just be careful. What happens when you do put the docks on the river kit? Do you guys know? I don't know what was happening, but I know they said not to do it. Also, why did we get... Usually when we buy Scrooge... When we get new premium items, they usually give us like 1 or 2 of these. Why do we have 10 of these? Or 9? Why do we have 9 of these? What am I going to do with 9 of these? At least I don't have to buy more from Scrooge. That's cool. I mean, I'll take it. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm just like, you know, they gave us like 9 pieces of fence, and I need like 50 of those. But then they also gave us like 9 9 of these frickin', you know, like, huge things here. I'm like, I really don't need that many. We also need a toggle for... We need a toggle for water decor. Like a filter for water decor. Kind of weird we don't have that. All right, see how we're looking. Yeah, this is definitely summer postcard worthy. Though, I do think like a bigger boat would be kind of cool. Maybe if I put it closer to the camera. Well, I could put it in the middle of these two. I would just have to put smaller squares on that other spot. That's pretty good. Random about replaying Fields of Mystery. I heard it's just as good as Stardew. I have it. I've played it. It is not just as good as Stardew. It's good, but Stardew is one of the best games ever made. Like, hands down. Fields of Mystery is pretty good, but I don't think I could... I don't think I could ever accept that it's just as good as Stardew, but it's good. It's a fun game. I do have it, but I couldn't get into it the same way I got into Stardew. Stardew was just insanely well made. Jordan has been playing a really fun new game I think a lot of you guys might really like. It's like a nighttime Stardew where you play as a little vampire girl, but it's a cozy game. It's like Moon... Oh, God, what is it called? Moonlight Peaks. Moonlight Peaks. Anybody playing Moonlight Peaks? Jordan loves Moonlight Peaks. She plays it all the time, and it looks good. Like, it looks fun. I kind of want to play it. I wouldn't mind giving it a try. I feel like I would like it. I started on Monday. It's so fun. Yeah, it looks good. It looks good. It's like, you know... It's one of those cozy games I think I would love to give a shot. Nice little break from Dreamlight Valley for sure. I have a lot of games that give me a break from Dreamlight Valley. You know, for Dreamlight Valley, I just be doing dream snaps and such, you know. I love it. My husband bought it for me. Nice, nice. Yeah, it looks really fun. I've been watching her play it when she plays. I'm like, yeah, that looks cool. I might actually do like Eric's ship, or what about the other boathouse we got? I haven't really used the Mark Twain riverboat yet. I know it won't fit here, but I wonder if I put it here, I wonder if you could see the sand. I don't think we can see the sand from that far away. Actually, I don't even think we can see the boat. Yeah, never mind. There's no point in that. Dang, what kind of sucks is I don't think I'll be able to get a boat right there. Like, I kind of want something right here. But you know, I could find a different way to fill that spot out. I'm liking this scene we made, though. I'm liking this postcard scene. This is, like, turning out a bit better than I thought it would for, like, a speed build, you know? could go with the beach house out here. Like, maybe if I put the beach house right there, it'll cut us off from seeing that edge. It would have to go back a little bit more. I hate how jumpy that is. Dang it. I can't get it in the right spot. Yeah, I really like the way it came together, Johnny. It's pretty cool. I love the bonfire here at the front. This is probably my favorite thing about it, but also the way the houses look. Like these three houses kind of layered together. With the villa, this one, and the dock right here. It really does look like a summer postcard kind of scene, you know? I feel like it definitely has that summer postcard vibe. I wanted to try to put together at least one snap example, so I'm not trying to do both tomorrow. I think we'll see that. No, it has to be a lot further back, unfortunately. Oh, and it can't go further back. What if I get it, like, right up on the house? Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. That's nice. I wonder if I can get it back any further. Well, I can get it closer. I think that's as best as I'm going to be able to get it right there. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This turned out pretty nice. I don't like that her, you know, guitar is going to cover the face of somebody in that chair, but at least we'll see this one well. I mean, we can always leave that chair open. I might put another chair right about here. Yeah, that works. And it's a little dark there, so maybe... Last thing I'll do before I log off, let's go river. Let's go river kit. We'll go icy. How close can I get that? Oh, no, I can't get it. Oh, there we go, there we go. That might... Oh, ooh. Ooh, I got really close. Oh, wait. Oh, this boat. Forgot about this guy. That could be fun. Could be a fun little boat. Looks fancy. Oh, that sun is a little aggressive on that boat. What if it's facing us? Or maybe if we put it out here, it won't be as bad. Yikes. Bro, why is that thing so reflective? What the hell? Well, I could put something there to cast a shadow on it. I could just drop a tall house. Yeah, I might do that. I might just drop a tall house. And then I can use glowing algae and, like, glowing lily pads and stuff to, like, make the water still look good. Because I'm thinking... Yeah, this is going to be pretty bright. Dang it. I really didn't want it. Actually, it's not too bad from that angle. I might leave that boat out in general, though. I'm not really feeling it. All right, let me go back to what I was doing before with that icy kit. There we go. Nice. And if I get a couple of small villagers in these two chairs, the guitar won't cover them. Oh, man. Are we being super duper serious right now? I should have played with the pathing first. It doesn't line up with how I have it. Well, I'm committed now, so it is what it is, I guess. Yeah, I guess I'll have to use my garden stones. All right. That's good enough. That's good enough. I think that's a pretty good example scene so far. It's driving me crazy that we can't push that rock path closer together. Yeah, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. You know, unless you've had it as long as I have, then you're probably already used to it. But yeah, the footprint is a little annoying. But you can make it look good. You can make it look good. You just gotta mess with it. You gotta tinker with it quite a bit. Quite a bit. I've been working with this path for a long time. But you can get it looking real nice, you know. When you're in furniture mode, it's kind of obvious that you have these gaps between. But one cool thing you can do to really get some good value out of it is you can put things in the gaps. Like for the beach, you can do starfish, or you can do little anemones, or little shells, or you can do little piles of tropical leaves. So there's ways to fill it out. So don't fixate too much on the gaps. Find clever ways to fill them out. They said, okay, wait, yes, that's actually cute. Yeah, there's workarounds. There's workarounds. You just got to get some little details in there. Like the tropical leaves I really like, especially for beach builds. Oh, I don't have the tropical leaves in the name. Also, I wonder if I should put this out here. Would we even see that? No, we don't really see it. All right. Let's save there. Feeling pretty good about this example. I'll probably do a ranch as an example too, because they're really easy to build. You know, ranches are very easy to put together. So I'll probably do that as the other one. All right. Well, you guys, it's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. I will catch you guys on the next stream. Thank you for being here, and thank you very, very, very much for 241 consecutive goals here on the stream. We're closing in on the big 250. Congrats to all of you guys that did wonderful on your snaps today. Well done, well done. Good luck on your results for the Flashback Vibes Challenge. Very excited about that one. I love my Flashback Vibes snap. I'm so obsessed with it. It's probably one of my favorite snaps of all time. I might even set it as my like desktop background. I don't know. But it's so cool. I just love the way this turned out. It's just super fun. But yeah, hopefully you guys do great on that one too. And I'll try to have this week's snap guide out for you guys. It'll probably be a pretty easy snap guide to make, because like this challenge is very open-ended. You know, it's just about, you know, like going somewhere for a summer destination for a little vacation. Just about anywhere you could travel to could be a summer postcard, you know? So I feel like the challenge, you know, there's no specific decor you have to use. So I think the guide will be pretty easy this week. I think the big thing is just to make sure your picture has a postcard feel. You know, you want it to feel like sending love from the Bahamas, you know, like somewhere beautiful. You just want it to be a beautiful scene that could be postcard worthy. I think that's the big kick this week. All right. As always, y'all, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Have a wonderful evening. And, yeah, by the way, for anybody that is one of those few Facebook supporters that we have, I did get that group set up. So, you know, if you want to post in there. And I forgot to tell you guys, I did schedule recurring weekly posts in that group. So each week, starting Sunday, you'll get a reminder post about Dreamsnap review deadlines. Every Wednesday, there will be a post asking you how you feel about the Dreamsnap theme. And then there will be some, I think there's another post about, oh yeah, there's like a Throwback Thursday post where I encourage you to share stuff from your camera roll. But I'll be commenting on those posts as well. Anyway, y'all take care. We'll see you tomorrow.